family has ruled this land for generations while protecting the desert emerald. A massive calamity was approaching, which threatened the peace and prosperity of our kingdom. I desperately tried to gain power for my people. It was on that night I saw a beam of light. I thought to myself that this was our chance.
Actually, it was my chance, and I made sure to grab hold of it. Our pharaoh had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a message: I will bring back hope. The whole kingdom was met with despair. Hope? Hope can be achieved only by our own hands. It was me. I took our people out of this disaster and restored our kingdom's wealth. I am the rightful ruler of this land. The best pharaoh is a dead pharaoh. He should just quietly be revered from the shrine. Return? I will not sit idly by. I won't have it. I won't let anyone take what I've earned away from me. I'll oppose them with all my might, no matter who it is.
एमो खत्म हो गया। अब दिखाते हैं धमाकेदार एंट्री। सॉरी।
मुझे चारों तरफ से घेरा हुआ है। But you know what? I got this.
ऐसे भी क्या जल्दी है? अभी तो गेम शुरू हुई। यस! क्या बात है?
शुरू तुमने किया था, खत्म मैं करूंगा।
एक जज्बा, एक टीम, सबकी जीत। ढूंढे अपने अंदर छुपे हीरो को। गली स्क्वाड के साथ बी द हीरो।
मारखौर कौम पर गैर मुल्की यलगार की पेशन गोई हो गई। इसलिए छोटा मारखौर अपने बचपन से ही बहुत मेहनत से तरबियत करता है। ताहम वो तंज और तंज का शिकार है। जब तक कि आफत पेशन गोई के मुताबिक ना आ जाए, वो एक नौजवान लीडर बनता है और लड़ने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करता है। आखिरकार वो दुश्मनों को शिकस्त देता है और जीत जाता है।
यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Hello and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all doing well because it is, of course, time for day number 3 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Fall Split. We did have our 2 days and it was immense action filled with a lot of joys and some sorrows for the few teams. But joining along with me is going to be Shadow. And, well, start to the new evening. How are you?
Well, I'm very good, Fixes. How are you?
You know, I'm really good. Of course, I did have my workout done. I'm feeling fresh because today is the third day. Third day means we're going to hit that half mark, right? Where teams would have played 10 games each. And then we would get to have a more clearer picture of what is going to happen. Who are the top 12 teams that are going to be playing that bonus map of Livik that we've been harping so much about? Because that is it, right? That extra matchup. Entirely the new format that the PUBG Mobile officials have set for us this time makes us feel home, and we've been talking about the format video. Let's take a look at it once again.
हम एक बार फिर से वापस आ चुके हैं एक और PUBG मोबाइल के सीजन के साथ, जहां पाकिस्तान की टॉप टीम्स अपने रीजन की बेहतरीन टीम्स बनने की कोशिश में मेहनत करेंगी। तमाम जोश और ड्रामा जो कि स्प्रिंग सीजन से चलता आ रहा है, हम तैयार हैं सारे जोश जज्बे और एक्शन को नए फॉर्मेट में देखने के लिए। PMPL पाकिस्तान फॉल स्प्लिट 2022 की लीग स्टेज को 3 हफ्तों में तकसीम किया गया है। हर हफ्ता 5 मैच के दिनों पर मुश्तमिल होगा और हर रोज 5 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। टीम को ग्रुप में शफल किया जाएगा और हर टीम एक दिन में 4 मैचेस खेलेगी। हफ्ते के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 12 टीमें एक इजाफी मैच लिविक मैप पर खेलेंगी। हर हफ्ता नया शुरू होगा और पिछले हफ्ते के आदात शामिल नहीं किए जाएंगे। लीग स्टेज के दौरान टीम्स को बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने का मौका मिलेगा। यहाँ 4 मौके बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने के होंगे, 3 बार हर हफ्ते की दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से और 1 बार मजमूई दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से। 3 हफ्तों के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 16 टीमें अपने कुल बोनस पॉइंट्स की बुनियाद पर फाइनल्स में चली जाएंगी। वो टीम्स अपने फाइनल्स की शुरुआत अपने बोनस पॉइंट से ही शुरू करेंगी जो उन्होंने पूरे लीग स्टेज में हासिल किए थे। इसका मतलब जो टीम लीग स्टेज में अच्छा करेगी उसको फाइनल्स में मायने खेज फायदा होगा। फाइनल का खेल 3 दिन पर मुश्तमिल होगा, जहां हर रोज 6 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। तीसरे दिन के इख्तिताम पर जिस टीम के सबसे ज्यादा पॉइंट्स होंगे वो PMPL पाकिस्तान की चैंपियन कहलाएगी। इसी के साथ टॉप 6 टीमें PMPL साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगी। अब किस तरह टीम्स नए फॉर्मेट से वाकिफ होंगी, जानने के लिए हमारे साथ बने रहिए।
All right, there you go. Aladdin has explained it all in a very beautiful manner. And, we were talking about this significant advantage. Imagine all those bonus points you accumulate. All you've got to do is stay at the tippity top. And the way things are going, Shadow, I'm pretty sure they seem to stop at nothing at all.
Definitely, they are stopping at nothing. In fact, joining them are other teams, also Team Magnus, TUF are also pretty consistent. But now is the time for the overall schedule. So let's have a look at the schedule for today.
Yeah, of course. There you can see, the entire schedule that we have for you, ladies and gentlemen, for the PMPL Pakistan, which is, of course, panned across 3 weeks of play. And then from 30th September, it is the grand finals of the Pakistan region. And, well, whichever teams qualify, they are going to be heading in. The top 16. The top 6 teams are going to be going for the PMPL SA Championship, where they're going to be battling it out across 13th to 16th October. But now let's take a look at what's on the line, the money, the moolah that we keep talking about, and it is a whopping $100,000, out of which the first place receives $10,000. Now, I've got to tell you this is for the finals only, because for the league stages, everybody is going to get
Well, still, it's a very big prize money. Individual prize money is also quite high, $1,000 for the tournament MVP. But at least every single team is getting something in the finals, at least $1,000 even for the attendance. But talking about the point structure, the first position team is going to get 15 points, second will get 12, third will get 10, fourth will get 8 points. But if your game is not so better, I'll say, you can make it tad better by gaining those elimination points, and you're going to get 1 point per elimination.
Oh, you certainly will, and that's gonna help you out a lot, right? And this is where the Pakistani region thrives, especially teams like let's say I8 or Magnus or TUF, because they've been all guns blazing. We've seen so many things happening, but taking a look at the bonus points again, Aladdin did talk about it. We have been talking about it since day number 1. So if you're staying at the top, then you're gonna get those 20 points after every week. Then we're going in for a reset. We do have those bonus matches even after 3 weeks. If you're still on top, you're getting that extra 20 points and so on. I mean, someone is getting everything. And towards the end, in the grand finals, you're gonna have a buffer. So let's say if I8 wins all 3 weeks and that entire overall week as well, so they're gonna start off the grand finals with 80 points in their pockets. Now taking a look at the groups, of course, once again, Group A does comprise of 52 Esports, BABLU 3X, Magnus Esports. Group B consists of TUF, Star, QWERTY T20 and TMW and Shadow. Why don't you run over the others?
Well, certainly. In Group C, we have I8 Esports, Quantum Rage, Faulty Devils, and Quraysh Esports. In Group D, we have Team Grounders, Metershot Sky, R3D Esports, Triple Esports. In Group E, we have Team Regicide, who ended things on a very good note for themselves day before yesterday. Then we have Freestyle, North Esports, and Team H2E.
There you have it, right? All the teams all prepped up, readied up, hyped up for today's matches to begin, and it's going to be quite interesting. Of course, we've got a few switcheroos in the schedule, but we're going to start off with the overall rankings over here. And after match number 10, as you can see, I8 Esports having 8 games played, a whooping 150 points for them. The first day, a little bit of a slow start, did get a lot of eliminations, but towards the end managed to get that chicken dinner, and they have not stopped ever since. Magnus Esports has also been quite consistent in terms of how they've been playing. But look at teams from the 4th position, Quantum Rage, right up to the 13th, if I'm not wrong. Yes, indeed, the Faulty Devils. Not a lot of points separating these all these teams. So it's just that one good game, and anybody could enter the top 5.
Well, certainly. In day number 3, all the middle teams are trying to get as many points as possible because they want to be in the top 5 position. This is the day they can do a comeback. But if you leave things for the 5th day, coming up is not going to be so easy. And Team H2E, Metershot Sky, R3D Esports, Team Star, 52 Esports also on the bottom of the leaderboard. This day is going to be very crucial for them.
Yeah, indeed, it is going to be, especially if you're talking about for the likes of Metershot Sky, or maybe let's say talk about H2B, because these are few of the teams that we have seen time and again in the Pakistani region. If not dominate, they were definitely one of those contenders for the top 5. And now with the way they are playing, one way it makes me really happy that the other teams are also pushing themselves, and the competition, the level has really increased. But then again, you're talking about the big names. These are the old dogs, not some relatively new team in the block, right? That they need time to settle in, so they really have to perform, and we really hope they do.
Well, they have to do it. But talking about the players of Magnus Esports, Magnus Esports, well, let's have a look at the stats. Finisher is having the highest elimination, 16 elimination, 2 headshot, pretty good stats. In fact, the damage that this guy has been dishing out, more than 3,000 damage. But Drolin is also not that far behind. Knight also having 12 elimination points, close to 2,000 damage. These are pretty good stats of Magnus Esports.
Oh, it certainly is. Especially, the way Magnus have been playing every single player from their squad, right? You talk about Finisher. He's been at the top of it all, right? One of the champions returning from 52X Rage, now part of Magnus Esports. Now, we've seen Rolim also make some, important contribution, but Knight has been pretty impressive as well. Now, taking a look at, how they've been approaching, we did see day before yesterday, they managed to get 2 chicken dinners. They were almost on a path to get a hat trick for themselves, but it was all foiled by the lads from Team IA. But regardless, the way they've been playing, they've been in a stellar form lately. This is one of those teams that we do have to watch out for. In fact, even Gaming Portal, another of my Pakistani Urdu commentators, did tell me that this is the team because you need to watch out for. And indeed, for all the good reasons, because the fights that they've been taking, the way they've been engaging in, I've been loving every bit of it.
Certainly. In fact, in day number 2 itself, in a single day, they have got more than 32 elimination points only. We are not considering right now. I'm not counting the position points, because day number 2, the improvement, the jump Magnus Esports showed, that was pretty impressive. Right. And let's see if they can keep up the same momentum in day number 3 as well, because next day teams kind of tend to lose that momentum because enemies kind of have a read also onto them.
Oh, they certainly do. But now there's another team that had two, you can call them two faces of one coin, because day number 1, BABLU just goes all guns blazing. Day number 2, it's all about the position points. They're trying to maintain that perfect balance. And we've been talking about Pan, right? We've been talking a lot about him, of how impactful this player has been for the squad. Day number 1, he was stellar. Day number 2, when things changed, that is somewhere, of course, BABLU is still in contention. They're still at the 6th spot. One good game, they can easily get to the 4th spot. But the question is, how are they going to approach the entire day today?
They have to make certain changes, because right now I won't say they are having bad performance, but the kind of performance we anticipated from Team BABLU, that is not showing, because they always make an impact. They're always the most aggressive team in the lobby, but this time they are missing out on that. Although they are in top 6 position, good spot in the overall standing, but still the fans need some little more masala from Team BABLU.
Oh, they certainly do need, right? Especially with the way they've been playing. I mean, this is one of those teams that we really like, and one of the fan favorite teams. In fact, the first day I remember, just Pan going all bonkers out here in this particular matchup, right? He just went mad. I think it was 9 eliminations that he collected, or maybe 7 or 8, something around that. It was pretty huge, right? Made an impact right from the get-go. And other than that, day number 2, Team BABLU, it kind of seemed a little off, right? They were trying to force out a lot of fights, which actually was not really favoring them. And they realized that, it's better to go for the position points. It's better to stay in contention, at least for that top 3. Because if we do that, we're in a good place. At least we can get something, let's say, around, 17 points. 17 points for the boys, and we can start over from week number 2. Nothing of that is going to get carried over. Maybe look at top 1, because the way I8 have been playing Shadow, I mean, I'm kind of taken aback. It's the same old I8. It's just that Crypto is not playing. IQ is joined in, and we know how deadly of a player IQ is, coming in from Quantum Rage from the previous iteration. He did have some big shoes to fill, and boy oh boy, did he do that amazing.
Well, certainly, because when a team roster shuffles, the team takes a little bit time to build the synergy. But in I8, we can't see that thing, the synergy, as if it's already there. The team is dominating from the very first get-go of the game, and this domination has been continued both days. Let's see if they can do it on day number 3 as well. But talking about the schedule for today, the first map is going to be played on Sanhok, second is going to be Erangel, then again Erangel, then we have 2 Miramar.
Of course, we're starting things off in a very fast manner, right? Sanhok, and it's for the first time I'm witnessing a first Sanhok game. So teams are going to be flipping over each other. Group E would be like, thank goodness, we don't have to deal with this anymore. We are done. Enough Sanhoks for us. So today, A+B+C+D, they're going to be clashing it out. So Group E, we're talking about Regicide, one of those teams that performed so well, especially that well that they were somewhere on the 13th. They took a plunge and right now are sitting at the 5th position, getting courtesy to that one chicken dinner with 14 eliminations to their name. So that is really something to be be happy or proud of if you're a Regicide fan. But yeah, we're gonna see them in action from the next game. But prediction time, Shadow, who do you think is gonna take the first game?
I think TUF, because whenever it comes to Sanhok, TUF is one of those teams who always have a very good performance.
They do. But the curse is always real for TUF, and we hope that does not happen. But for me, I think I'm gonna go with Magnus, because Magnus, the way they've been playing, I've been loving every bit of it. I want some competition given to I8. especially for the top spot by the end of the evening, because one day of a break time, you get to know what you need to do to somehow topple over the Kings, and I8 are nothing less than that. So of course we've got to see if we can get some few more surprises, but I also want to see the rise of Query T20, because they're one of those teams in the thick and thin of things, but not performing the way they've been. You know, I might sound like a broken record, but that's the reality. That's the harsh truth. Because look at the roster, the players that are playing in that. They are so amazing. They've been the old stalwarts, right? They've played in the scene for quite a long time. You've got one of the most experienced players, and with the recent addition of Gravity, we know how deadly he can get. Voltrox, if he comes into form, he stops at nothing at all. So high expectations from them as well. Quantum Rage, of course, has also been one of the revelations with the way they've been playing, especially after losing out on IQ. I thought, they are going to take a little bit of a dip, but I think they're holding on to their fort really well.
Well, certainly, but maybe your wishes may be granted, because QWERTY, the first time they played on the Sanhok, I think they came third. The second time, although they didn't perform that well, maybe day number 3 Sanhok, the map they needed to perform and come back on the top, this could be their game, because I agree, QWERTY have been taking up pretty good fights on day number 1. Day number 2 was not in their favor as compared to day 1. So maybe day number 3 again can come in their favor. They might have rectified some of the mistakes and maybe give competition to I8 and Magnus.
Oh, they certainly can, right? And we want that. We want the teams from the bottom half of the table just to step up. Maybe North Esports getting a chicken dinner, maybe another one. The Grounders finally, getting themselves some decent points, some decent ground. And the Faulty Devils even at that matter, because they've been one of those teams. They started off with a shebang, with a chicken dinner, and suddenly it feels like it was a fluke. So that's one of the major concerns I have with this team. We need a little bit more consistency from their side, and if they do that, if they deliver that, then things might go really well. There's another team that I think we need to really talk about, is Team Freestyle Esports. Now, we've seen them, those early engagements, they've been amazing. Those 4v4 fights has been amazing, but what's lacking in your opinion, Shadow?
Freestyle day number 1, they were in the top 5. In fact, Freestyle was the only single team who was in top 5 with no chicken dinner at all, because they were keeping such a perfect equilibrium between the elimination points and the placement points. But day number 2, early eliminations were coming in, bad fights were coming in from the side of Freestyle. So maybe this day can be that better for Freestyle, because this team can be, without even a chicken dinner, they can maintain the top spot in the leaderboard.
Oh, they certainly can, right? They in fact have all the abilities, all the skill sets required to be one of the top tier teams, especially when you have got players like Malik, when you've got players like Momtu in your roster. And we've seen even Wasi at that, because Wasi is one of those players that I really had high hopes from, and well, he's been there. Like I still feel he's got a lot to offer to me, right? Because I've seen his true potential. Once this lad starts going berserk, there's no stopping him. So I think he needs a little bit of more room and space to play around with, and once he does that, I think we're really good to go. But we're just waiting for the match to get started, and things have been looking ever so exciting. And in a few while, maybe let's say in 30 seconds, we are going to be in the lobby. We're going to be on the aircraft where I'm going to drive you over. Shadow, do you trust me with your life? Or if I cry?
Well, I do. I certainly do. You can drive, you can fly the plane. It's okay. I'll take my chances.
She's taking her chances. That's the kind of a trust I need in life.
At least you're a better driver than me.
Okay.
I'm horrible.
I mean, I take that. It's better, you drive it, then we crash, rather than me driving and we obviously crash. So, okay, I'll take that. I'll take my chances. We do have autopilot features on, technology these days. Getting into Sanhok, it's going to be really hot and humid. I really hope you have your drinks ready.
Well, I have my drinks ready, but I don't think we will get the time for drink because it's Sanhok, it's a small size map, and it's Pakistan region. The fights are never gonna stop. It's going to start from the very get-go of the game. And talking about the plane trajectory, this time it's going from the southern side of Painan towards the Monk Mongai area. That means Camp Alpha. Teams might have to glide a bit more, but with Sanhok, you can easily glide to your favorite drop location. That means there is no problem in para-dropping to your favorite drop.
But what's really poking me is the grounders. They're just playing with 3 players. I'm starting to wonder what went wrong, what could be more important, that they could not make it to the lobby, and this is a little bit disheartening. But as we speak of, the circle has been formed in front of us. TmW, they're going to head towards the western side of Cow. Star, they're heading towards Cow. We've got QWERTY around the Mongai area. And for the other teams as well, Magnus, they've settled themselves well in the Painan, have really been uncontested. The way they've been playing, I absolutely love that team. You know, they've certainly become my new favorites, so as to speak, the way they've been performing. And if they keep this going, if they keep this momentum rolling, I'm pretty sure they're going to be playing the SA Championship for the first time.
I'm just wondering, you have picked Team Magnus, right? And they are right in the epicenter of the circle. That means this can be the game as long as they are able to hold on to the Paradise Resort or whatever secondary position they might opt for in this kind of a circle. But they need to be a bit careful because they are surrounded by not just one team. So many other teams are also on the northern, in fact on the western side also.
Oh, they are. And now it's going to be so difficult for teams from down south, right? Especially for the likes of Quraysh, for Quantum Rage, maybe even 52 or R3X Esports. I think the only idea of dropping in the southern belts now, as you can see, even on our map feed that we do have, you guys do not have the luxury yet. If it is, or in fact, if it does get shown up, we can have a more vivid picture of what's really happening. So they're well split apart. So which clearly means one thing. They are going to opt for that healing battle if necessary. But talking about those early engagements, I think QWERTY seem to have maybe spotted someone out, or maybe just scouring across the land, because from where I can see them, there's no one around them. But we do have a little bit of a closure between TmW and Star. They might be the first ones to get into a fight.
Maybe there is a possibility because they are already on the northern side and they won't be anticipating any enemy, but I'm sure they have already seen those parachutes, so they'll be very careful. But I'm happy to see that this time the players of Team BABLU are sticking together because Sanhok is not their need. This is not the map where they perform very strong or they can deliver dominating performance. So last time I saw them in Sanhok, there was a huge split coming from all the players, but this time they are sticking around, they are sticking together, so maybe things can get better for them.
I hope it does. I really hope it does. But, oh, hold on. I have to take my words back, Shadow, because I thought that Team QWERTY has dropped at Mongai, but that's not the case. They are right at the boot camp. So it's a 3-1 split. Quite interesting that Khan has decided to drop so late. I do not know if that was really intentional. So apologies, viewers, because all I could see was T20 QWERTY in my humble defense. Khan over there. So when I took the more, rather better glance at the map feed, I realized they're at bootcamp. So yeah, things happen. We mess up sometimes. But yeah, talking about now DOD. They have taken over the high ground. And QBU, one of those special weapons, one of those exclusive weapons in the map, as gravity lets loose of some bullets. And now DOD know they've been spotted out. They might bear some risk, but it's very difficult for QWERTY to actually try and go in for that push. And Khan, he isn't moving a muscle. Is he disconnected?
Seems like he's disconnected, but at least now TmwEsports, they have got an idea that eyes are still on them. And the team that is in the bootcamp, they need to be a bit careful because right now TmwEsports, they are lurking nearby the bootcamp area. They are out there in the open, and Sanhok is a map where you can't afford to stay out in the open for very long. And the other team, which has the eyes of Magnus Esports, are going to the players of TmW from that height advantage. Faster can spot a few of the players, but it's smart of him not firing any bullet, not making his presence felt, because Magnus Esports, look at the synergy between the players. Few of the players from Paradise, they have an idea of the other team also coming from the western side. So that means they have intel not just on one team, so many other teams. So Magnus are looking good. TmwEsports being a little cautious right now.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, TmwEsports decided, I think, QWERTY isn't of any, objective advantage for them if they engage against them, right? So that's one of those things. it's always good to just back off, right? Because if they would have stayed there for a longer time, what would have happened, right? It was Team BABLU who would have had the gunshots and would have been like, hey, also we need to be a part of this party as well. You cannot start it without us, and would have just pushed at their direction. So for all the teams, I think we've seen that transition from the Pakistani region, from being very aggressive, from taking fights from minute one, to being a little bit more patient, to be a little bit more objective oriented, to be a little bit more good placement oriented. That is what they're doing, because otherwise it's already 6 minutes into the game, nobody has been downed yet.
Yeah, this is definitely not the Pakistan region, because this time teams do realize it's day number 3. If you have to do a comeback, this is the day when you have to make good moves, and if you want to stay on the top, you have to maintain the consistency. But talking consistency, A+B Esports, they are also on a very good spot. They are completely on the eastern side of the map, and the only single player that can be a little bit of the resistance for them is going to be Khan from Coati, who is disconnected. That means as long as they're heading for the northern eastern rotation, A+B are having a free pathway inside the circle.
It's getting worrying about Khan, honestly, because not having your IGL inside the game to guide you out kind of feels a little blindsided, right? Because any other player you can make do, but without the IGL, if Cody managed to see this through, they are on a whole different level. But for now, the Grounders, being a 3-man squad, they've decided to take over those Camp Alpha regions, those shrines, and Team Star, they do have their crosshairs in. They are anticipating a fight against Team TmW.
Well, they are certainly anticipating, and let's see if the fight is going to break in, because Pakistan region, the minute they spot an enemy, they try and find a knock, they try and find an opening, and they make the rush towards the opponent. But this time teams are getting so careful. They are going for the passive approach, at least for the first or the second circle, because it's Sanhok. You have to make sure you are in the best of the best position, because being in the open is something you don't want to. And Star, well, for now, they have a good spot right now, but not a good spot in the overall standings, because in overall standings they are in the bottom 4.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt, right? Especially a team of this stature. And I really hoped they could have performed a little bit more better. They've always I think one of those things that's clearly lacking with them is that gunpowder, right? Which they had a lot, but this time something seems to be off, something seems to be missing, because even if they get those position points, I think one of the best examples that we can give is the previous Erangel game. If you remember, the certain circle, the one I8 managed to win. MS Sky was one of those teams that dropped over at Novrip. No, you cannot make complaints that things got awkward for us. Things got really terrible. We weren't able to penetrate through the bridges. You never had to cross, and they had all the chances to win that particular game, as much as I8 did. But they eventually got taken down. If I'm not wrong, if my memory serves me right, it was I8 were the ones who took them down. So that's been one of those major issues, right? The decision making has been a little off. The rotation times have been a little awry. And today they will have to somehow stage a comeback, because it's day number 3. You do not want to keep things till the last day, because top 12, it's not that difficult to crack. But of course, you need to have a good amount of points, especially those bonus points, because in the grand finals, those bonus points are going to be the difference between life and death.
So every single point is going to matter. Yep. If you want to be in the top, if you want to be the contender for that huge prize money also. But team that is taking the brunt of the blue or the players of Team Q are concentrate. But I won't complain, this is the second circle only, and teams are keeping things a little slow. 52 Esports is still taking the damage of the blue from the eastern side, but if they head towards the complete northern side, they might face the players of I8.
Oh, they certainly can. And we've been talking about I8 a lot. This is one of those teams that once they come in, they never look back. But the way the circle is panning out looks a little northernish circle. I would not really be surprised if the circle takes a shift towards that western side, somewhere where the players of the Grounders are located. But for now, Mary seems to have spotted out the entire cavalry of Team BABLU, just galloping their way on the roads with their vehicles, of course. And still, it's just the information that was collected. They do realize that there's no point in giving their cover away, in giving their position away, if they cannot 100% secure a knock, which I completely respect, because this shows maturity. Yeah, we've seen teams, we've seen players, the moment they see someone or spot someone out, they instantly take them down. But I8 seems to have found Khan and puts an end to his misery, who was AFK, did get spotted out right in the open. A free elimination for I8. And not just that, Ghost also did manage to take one of the players of 52 down. So that's going to be interesting as to how that entire fight pans out. And now they're on a goose chase.
Well, they are chasing, and Team BABLU is also joining the party, because look at that, 52 Esports and BABLU, they might collide into each other, but right now BABLU seems to be heading in a different direction. That is a smart move. Taking the fight in the blue when I8 is also present, I8 is also having your eyes on you. This is not the position to pick up a fight, and Team BABLU might find themselves in a better position. But talking about Team Grounders, well, let's see how they are going to perform, because right now the position they are holding on to is completely on the western side, where TFD is also present, R3D is also present. So have to be very peculiar about the position they hold on to, the cover fire angles they need to hold on to, because maybe faulty devils might head in their direction.
Ooh, look at that. R3D. They've got to play it very carefully. I really thought for a moment Anubis did spot out Cairo, but I think R3D do have a lot on their plate at this moment. It is just not TFT, but they also have to deal with the grounder somehow. Cairo has a very good vision, does not have that M4 though. Maybe hesitating to take shots, but IQ decides to fire upon the players of Team BABLU, and it is going to be a huge fight.
Well, it is certainly going to be a huge fight. I8 is looking pretty strong in this fight, because they are trying to converge the players of Team BABLU from all the four directions. And with that, Usm is going to find one of the player, Teen Wolf, takes him down, as Teen Wolf was trying to get inside the vehicle. With that grenade, he will be looking for the confirmation as well.
He certainly will, and Teen Wolf already bleeding, and that's not a good news, because he's the IGL, needs to stay alive as much as possible, because look at I8, they seem to have surrounded the entirety of Team BABLU, and they are in a whole world of trouble. And this is I8 now. They do know, they've gotten those informations. The moment you get that knock and finish, you know exactly who you're up against. And look how they have them surrounded and cornered, and they're looking so helpless at this particular moment. I mean, what do you do if you are Team BABLU? How do you get out of the situation? Danny was just panicking, made a run for his life, but eventually had to fall down. And now it all comes down to with Zibian and Pika. Now, when you know two of the players of Team BABLU have been dealt with, what comes after? And in a whisker of an eye, one grenade follows up, and then Blade just gets that final nail in the coffin. Team BABLU, they are the first team, Shadow, to get eliminated from this game.
Well, I'm not surprised, because when it comes to Sanhok, Team BABLU doesn't perform really well in Sanhok. It's Miramar in Erangel where they shine, but I8, well, they have another target in their crosshairs. There is going to be the plus of Triple Esports, as 2 plus has been eliminated, and Grounders are also picking up fight as a 3-man army, 3 defeat points already to their name. Let's see if they can find the plus of TFD, but right now they are looking in a very wrong direction.
Oh, they certainly are. And now we were talking about this trifecta of death, right? The Grounders, then we had R3D, and the Faulty Devils. And, well, each one of them have been taking a few losses here and there, but the circle shift. It's still around the Paradise Resort. Now, Magnus, they're pretty much chilling, right? They haven't even come out of the compound. It's just faster, a little bit on the forefront, trying to look out for some information, and just waiting for someone to try and close it, so that they can have a little bit of an angle where they engage in. Qwerty, in the meanwhile, just on the southern side of Paradise, have managed to, well, they did lose out on Khan, but they need to slowly recover. But Quraysh Esports, they are making a move over here, and maybe it could just work out. But one of their players, Clown, has already been taken down by Ash from Metershot X Sky.
Well, Quraysh Esports, they have to survive as a 3-man army, but right now they have a good control of the compound. That means it's a slight good position for them. But on the other side, some other fights are also breaking in, and TmwEsports are going up against I8, and I8 is the one that are falling down. It beautiful grenades are coming in, takes down not just one player, 2 players of Team I8, and with the vehicle explosion, it also goes down. That means Goose is the last man standing, and Edgar is still hunting for him. He knows where exactly Ghost is. He is going to dish out a lot of damage onto him, and he's Ghost is surviving with a sliver of HP.
They managed to get 8 eliminations. That's pretty much it, right? Ghost, the best player of I8 and the best player so far in this particular league. The way he's been performing has been phenomenal. Was a part of site previously, has decided to join hands with I8, but now Edgar making taking a few shots at his direction, but it's going to be Joker that secures that elimination, and I8 walk out of this game on that 15th position with 8 points at least coming in just from the eliminations.
As long as they are getting some points in every single game, I think they are good to go, because right now they are on the top of the leaderboard, so nothing to complain about. But yes, early elimination for I8 is a very surprising thing for me as well. But if it's TUF, we kind of anticipate a very good fight coming in, because TUS is also one of the team that have a high fragging ability. But right now they are inside the blue, they have to move forward, and maybe the players of Quraysh Esports might welcome them, but they need to sort the area, and exactly they are doing so. The way they are spread out, in fact Magnus Esports is also in the close proximity.
They indeed are. I mean, at this point it's all about the right position, the right areas to hold, the right places to be at. Because if you can see, we've got the players of 52 almost just clumped to that one compound. We've got the players of MS Sky just spread out. They've got a few ridges to play around, but that's not going to work in their favor, because the next moment you've got the players of Quraysh, you've got Quantum Rage, you've even got Thug from DOD trying to close in, and they might get sandwiched if 52 also applies a little bit of pressure towards them. Now TUF, this has been one of those teams that loves making some exceptional plays. They have been in the top 3, they've been enjoying themselves, but look at the circle shift, it's ridiculous. Taking that southern one, and QWERTY be like, you know, hey, we predicted it right. Khan, no Khan, if he's just watching over us, that's all we need. And Circle taking such a shift is something that we're particularly aware with this region. Now this means Magnus, they have a fight on their hands.
Well, certainly, because Thug is right now walking in their direction. He's right in their doorstep, and Faster has heard all the footstep, and he was trying to cook up a grenade. But let's see if we can exactly spot out where, at least anticipate where exactly Thug is. Faster with that grenade, is he going to lob it, or is he going to rely on that UMP45? Maybe he's going to rely on UMP45, because Thug is not so patient right now with that DBS in his hand. He's not going to land any perfect shot, and with that he has been eliminated by Drawlin. Magnus gets 1 defeat point, and Triple Esports, well, they have been eliminated at 14th position.
You know, the moment you have a DBS, there's always a chance, right? It's all about finding the right corners, finding the right time to take that shot, because we have seen some legendary plays, especially in the map of Sanhok, with a DBS only. You know, squads have been wiped out by single players if you play it right. But again, like you said, right, he just got ganged upon, did not have enough backup, just a solo survivor of his squad, could not do much. But you know, the troubles for Magnus, they just don't end over here right now, because they dealt with DOD, but now next they have to also deal with the likes of Metershot Sky and Quraysh. But in the meanwhile, Quantum Rage, they've been spotted by 3x Esports, and this is what I was talking about. Joker Sir and Virus, both of them using their DBS, and you can see how impactful of a weapon that is.
Well, certainly it is, and especially in close range. But for now, for a very long time, 3x Esports, Magnus Esports, QWERTY, they were existing in harmony towards the southern side. But right now, Magnus, well, they have to deal with so many teams, because everyone right now is trying to move inside the Paradise Resort. And Finisher from that height angle takes down a lot of players of Team Metershot Sky. Can you find the confirmation as well? Because right now, Metershot Sky are looking for the rescue mission onto their fallen teammates, but there is no player to go for the revivals. That means easy confirmations are coming in.
It's just Halsey. He's on a different angle, but all he can get is maybe a knock or two. Getting that finish off, it's going to be such a tedious task, even for his likes. But TUF, the moment they wiped out I8, they seem to be at the receiving end of things as well. The way they've also been targeted upon, and they've been making noise. Have already lost out on one more is knocked out, but still have 6 finishes to their belt. So gonna be a little comfortable. As Magnus, they have lost a player right now. He's been knocked out. need to get that revive on faster. We know how impactful of a player he is. But Rollin, he's watching out for Jaguar. One sloppy movement and he might get taken down. And in the meanwhile, as we speak, 52. They're having problems of their own. Reaper using the QBZ, trying to get those confirmations as M7 makes a move. But have they spotted out Hassan? That's the big question over here, Shadow. Because he is one with the nature, just in hiding. The moment someone gets too close, he's gonna get too personal.
I'm just wondering how many healings are posted he's having in his hand, because the blue is going to close in any minute, and the way the players of TmW are still holding on to the position, they are just waiting for the player to come out in the open. But Quantum Rage also stepping inside the Paris Resort finally finds few confirmation, also one defeat point specifically, but they have to move inside the circle. The blue is closing in and so many teams are taking the damage. Also, Hassan OP finally gets a confirmation onto the knock player, one defeat point, and takes down one of the player of TmW as well. With that UMP45, he'll be looking for confirmation, but before that, a third party happens and the players of Team Quati puts in final bullet in his into his head, and he bids bye-bye at 10th position.
Yeah, clearly, out of choice, was just trying to delay the inevitable. Could not really resort to a healing battle, but in turn made sure that he had that one extra finish point, because for all the obvious reasons, we still know, 10 teams were alive till then. Even if he gets finished off over there, it's just gonna get that 1 point. So it's better to get a finish and make it 2. So that really did work out. The Grounders, despite being a 3-man squad, somehow are really holding on for themselves. Is Magnus, one after the other, they're just bleeding. It all comes down to Knight and Faster, who seem to have been resorting for a heal battle for themselves.
Well, they have enough first aid. At least they will get good placement points right now, because moving inside the circle right now seems a bit of challenge. But Quraysh Esports, well, they are in the perfect spot. But on the other side, Grounders finds a confirmation to Uzma of Team Star. With that, Team Star also has been eliminated at 9th position. Grounders still looking very good, but they are a little far away from the circle. How they are going to move inside the safety of the circle, that's the main question, because already other teams are present, especially the players of Magnus Esports right now are suffering as Faster has been taken down by Reaper of TmW.
Oh, things are starting to get a lot more intense. Now Magnus clearly out of options. Quirdy seem to have gotten the best position inside the circle. Now they are well spread out. They're the only teams perhaps to make it inside the zone. Now if you take a look, there are other teams as well. The Grounders, they're also a 3-man squad. They're doing well. R3D, they're still having the cover of that compound, but they need to get inside the zone, and this was the perfect time to, because 420 boy from Quirty did not have vision on them. Now Knight, he's somehow trying to survive. He's trying to be that cheeky little player, but has been spotted out, and Voltrux will put an end to him. And with that, down goes Magnus, but with decent points. But Reaper, his position clearly compromised. Mr. Black right in front of him, just waiting to fire upon those bullets. But it seems like could just get taken down to the wrath of the circle, to the wrath of the play zone, as Mr. Black just creeping in, trying to get inside the zone. Now he's a little bit scared, because the moment Reaper spots him, but does not, was looking at someone else. It was Gravity who managed to get that finish over there. Would also follow it up with Mr. Black. And now Evil Boy, not at the best of HP, seems to have not spotted him out yet. But he's taken quite some chunk of damage. Just with barely 1 HP, he's still clinging on.
Well, good thing is Gravity hasn't spotted him out, and Evil Boy, he has just only 4 bandages for himself. That means he is not going to heal himself. He's not going to patch himself, because he knows the little sound of that bandage is enough to give his position away. But right now, Voltrix is trying to shoot in the direction of the players of R3D. He's trying to lob few good grenades, but he also needs to make sure that he has the majority of the control of the real estate, because it's Sanhok. From anywhere, any player can rotate. He needs to check all the 4 angles, and right now he's exactly doing so.
Now, but it's a 3v2 situation. Already Destroyer, having managed to take down one, will ensure that finish point, but a little too greedy as he gets traded off as the last player from Team R3D. He's the lonesome player surviving. Gravity just scouring through the land to search him out. Where on earth is he hiding? Can they get to his position? That's the big question. Now a 1v2 for this lad, and that's that only one rock that has been unchecked. Is he going to resort for that healing battle? Has no other options. Does not want to give his elimination away. Does not want to give that one extra point away, as Faddy just resorting to the final first aid that he had, and now he's just gonna break open. If he gets lucky, if he connects a few bullets, things might work out, but no indeed doesn't, as the winner chicken dinner has gone into the hands of Team T20 QWERTY Esports with 9 eliminations as a 3-man squad, because Khan was not playing with them right from the very start. He got picked off pretty early, but that did not deter him. The way the circle shifted completely favored these lads, and they knew how to play around with him. Of course, he was the one guiding his teammates, and the others just managed to, go kaboom at the entire lobby. Especially the way Voltrox and QWERTY have been playing has been pretty impressive.
Well, certainly the way Voltrox was scouting all the 4 direction, he was trying to spot down so many players. And he was on a rampage. In fact, the whole team was on a rampage, especially in the few final circles, the way they were picking up fights. The initial patience they were keeping in kind of paid off, because if they had taken fights in the initial few circles, maybe they would have ended up as a 2-man squad or a single player, but they held on to their ground. They were pretty patient. In the final circle, when they realized they had the majority of the real estate of the circle, they went all bonkers.
Certainly did, and boy oh boy did that pay out. But even for the other teams, I think a very good game for the likes of R3D, even TmWs, they somehow have seem to have all good games of Sanhok so far. We've seen them time and again, and they've been putting all those efforts in that I absolutely love from their side, and we really hope to see more of that. But on the other hand, I8, they started off with the bang, went in for those 8 finishes, but could not do more than that. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading for a short little break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Well, the winner chicken dinner coming in from Team T20 QWERTY, all thanks to Oppo F21 Pro, who are the sponsors of this event and of the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. So don't forget to check them out, and sort of matches with my color of the jacket that I'm wearing. I love that orange. I wish I really owned one. I did have my hands on it though. As we take a look at the MVP, it's really not other than Gravity. The way this lad has been playing has been quite impressive.
Well, certainly 5 eliminations and more than 500 damage he has been dishing out, and he even survived till the winner chicken dinner. Also, that means 24 minutes 33 seconds survival time. Pretty good stat coming in from this particular lad, and 5 eliminations definitely going to help in the overall standings as well. But following him, who are the rest of the top players? Let's have a look at them also.
Oh yeah. No surprises. Look at this. TUF and I8, they had been finished off so early, but still have managed to make it to the top players list. And Ghost, of course, we've been talking of him. All praises for this lad, the way he's been playing. I think finally, is just opening up as one of the most lethal fraggers in Pakistan. And same goes for the players of TUF also. Edgar and Joker, this duo is something to watch out for. Finisher has been pretty impressive as well, and Mr. Black, despite the fact that the team was playing with just 3 men, still did manage to get those 3 eliminations for his team.
Certainly, he got 3 elimination. In fact, Grounders dropped somewhere on the western side. They were engaged in so many fights. But talking about the ranking of this particular game, QWERTY are in the top of the standings with 24 points and 9 eliminations, and Grounders on the second position with 10 placement points and 6 elimination points. R3D also having a good day today on day number 3. Good start, at least total 14 points to them, and QR also 9 points to them, standing on the 4th position.
Oh yeah, I mean the way team Quantum Rage has been playing, I think they've been pretty consistent. We've been talking about it, right? Especially being on the 4th spot. If I am correct, R3D, they're definitely gonna jump a few places up. But this was a much needed game for them, and especially now that they have performed, it's gonna relieve them of a little pressure, because it is the map of Sanhok. It is one of those maps where nothing can be confirmed, right? If the circle had gotten to Paradise Resort or somewhere near that, it would have been Magnus's game. The very reason that it went a little southwestern side, that's where team QWERTY did manage to take very good control over the entire region. Be it Khan or no Khan, 3 players did manage to spread it out well. They let the other teams fight it out amongst themselves, and the moment they got those openings, they managed to capitalize, and that is how it benefited them, and that is how they managed to secure that chicken.
I don't think also kind of worked in the favor of QWERTY was so many teams were trying to make rotations from the Paradise Resort. That's where they started losing on to their players. In the end, it was only Team QWERTY who had all the 3 players alive in the lobby. Mostly other teams had already lost 1 or 2 players. That kind of worked in the favor of QWERTY because Magnus kind of eliminated so many threats for them.
Oh, they definitely did, and you know, Magnus, they were there, right in right at the heart of the Paradise Resort. But yeah, if you take a look at things, our lovely Urdu desk right in front of us, and Aladdin to all his mischiefs. I think he's one of those fixest types of the Pakistan region. He's got his own identity, own originality, but he is up to all those shenanigans, which I am up to when I'm in the studio. And it's a sad thing that we can't be. We're all in our places, in our own homes, casting this beautiful tournament. But what a feeling it would have been, right? You know, with all our friends together, you know, in person, being there. That is something I would have really loved. But you know, leaving my wishes aside, Shadow, let's talk about the next game, because next game we do have the bread and butter map of PUBG Mobile. That is going to be the map of Erangel. And before we head into that, what do you think? Which team's gonna win this?
That's a difficult question. My predictions never come true. Why do you even ask me to predict fixes first of all?
I don't.
I kind of jinx the team, but this time I'll go with A+B+C+D. Esports.
Well,
Safe.
for all the right reasons, right? You've been taking the perfect measures because you know how strong they are in Erangel, and I might have to support you with that, as the overall rankings are in front of us. A+B+C+D Esports still on top, 158 points, still unfazed, as Magnus Esports, they're trying to close in the gap, but not quite there. Team TUF, they do have a decent lead in that third spot against Team QWERTY, 10 points, one good game, and maybe QWERTY might get that top 3 that they were yearning for. Quantum Rage, they have been toppled over at 75, and you can see the Grounders, one good game and 5 positions up. And same can be said even for Team Faulty Devils, who just had some good games in Erangel, and they were kind of you know, just fizzling out, have now made a very good recovery. But the storyline is same, pretty much same for 52 Esports, Stars, Metershot X Sky, Team H2E. They're all feeling themselves under the weather.
Well, they certainly are, but not esports, and I'll say R3D Esports. If they manage to get few more elimination points, I think they can come on the first page. There is a possibility, but moving forward, let's have a look at the schedule again. The first match that was played in Sanhok, Team QWERTY got a winner chicken dinner for themselves. Now we are heading towards Erangel. We have double Erangel, then we have double Miramar.
Oh, we certainly do. It's going to be action-packed, right? The way things are going on right now. This means that Group D, they're not going to be playing it. And the Grounders, Metershot X Sky, R3D, Esports, Pakistan, they will have to sit it away, as Regicide, Freestyle, North Esports, and H2V will be joining the fray. So that's something would be interesting to see. Regicide, if they can carry forward the form that they had day before yesterday, the final game, those 14 finishes, chicken dinner, that was impressive. And if they keep on playing like this, you never know, Shadow. You never know. I mean, this is one of those teams that could potentially make it to the top 3 by the end of the evening. And it's just about being consistent, getting those points. And if a chicken dinner is there for you, then you're already good to go. But yeah, like we both agree, right? Even if the caster prediction is asked, I think we have to unanimously go with Team I8, right? Because let's be honest, every Erangel they come and play, they win, and that's like the safest bet. So, you know, the voice in my head, if you could hear me, it is going to be I8 for both of us for the prediction, and that is it. No one else. I do not know. I'm sorry if I'm sounding biased, but it's just the statistics that speak volumes for how good this team is in this particular map.
Well, certainly, but you do know if they are not getting this chicken dinner this time, it's us who are jinxing
It's
them.
us.
It's specifically me.
It's double jinx. No, not you, just
No.
you. It's double jinx this time because even I have noted that. We vouch for a team, we go for a team, and then that team suddenly does not win. And I might get those DMs really quick. Hey, fix this. Stop. You are cursed. Hey, Shadow, you are cursed. While you are at that, while you're sliding to the DMs, don't forget to follow us on our social handles as well. But yeah, going ahead with the games. And okay, we've been talking about it. Which team do you think is going to give them a good competition in this map of Erangel?
Freestyle and Magnus, I'll say.
Freestyle and Magnus?
Because Freestyle right now they are at the bottom, but they have the capability, and Magnus, well, they are already in a good form.
Yeah, they certainly are. But I mean, I'd like Freestyle's chances if they just drop on I8 and start taking the fights, because they're 4v4 Shadow, we both agree. It's been amazing. But I think if I'm correct, it was the previous Erangel, if you remember, Avenger, right? It was, I think, North Esports that managed to just take down 2 squads in a jiffy. I think it was R3D1 and the other team. I'm turning old, my memory is getting faded. But let's not talk about the past. We have buried them and we're moving forward as we take it up to the skies. And this time, the flight path trajectory all the way from the northwestern Georgia Paul city towards that Milta city area. And it's going to be interesting to see where teams take their plunge. Are they going to be going all the way down south? That's Team I8. Because right now, considering the fact that Metershot X Sky, they're not playing, so the Nova Ripnoy area might be up for grabs.
Certainly, let's see which team has already got that intel and who is going to capitalize on it. Because certain times what happens is multiple teams decide to do that dynamic drop and head over to the drop location of the team that is sitting out, and then they already have a drop location clash. So that is also a possibility. But right now, where is the circle going to form? That's the main question. Where do you want it to go, Fixes?
Well, honestly, I think I would like a Primor circle, something around the western side. We've had enough of the northern circles, haven't we? I mean, we did get to see one of those southern circles, which was absolutely ludicrous, and it was filled with all sort of drama and fun, right? But for now, I mean, a little bit of a cluster building up around those northwestern Georgia Paul cities. We've got H2E, BABLU, and a western Gatka circle. I'll take it with open arms, but I would love it if it kind of tends to shift towards Everest. I think TUF would have that little bit of a smirk on their faces. But look at Blade. He has spotted out faster, decides to go against it, and for all the good reasons, right? It's anyways, they're going all the way down south. They have to get their loot. They also have to get inside the circle. So it's a smart call being made by Uzo.
Because they also had a bad performance in the previous game. I won't say bad performance, they had 8 points for themselves, but that is something IAT never finds enough for themselves. They always want the double-digit points in terms of placement and eliminations. So that was a smart, mature decision coming in. And the split loot that is, they are going in the compounds of Gatka. That is also a very good thing. They can obviously find a potential position already in the center of the circle, where right now are the players of Team Freestyle. They are right in the epicenter.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of enjoy themselves to that, right? And we can't take it away. And I was just talking about it, right? Since Metershot X Sky is not there, who's gonna capitalize? And we just don't have one. We do have neighbors, and unfriendly ones at that, who are gonna not just throw eggs and tomatoes, would just rather prefer grenades and a lot of lead. So that's not the kind of neighbors you would like to have. But for now, I mean, 3x Esports, it's gonna be crucial if they've managed to spot someone out. And Jaguar, well, he's just in those compounds. Tyrant, I think his only objective over here would be to try and get that UAS. But is Jaguar gonna let that happen? If I were Jaguar, I would just flatten the tires out. I mean, okay, he's still getting shot, but nothing too much to, take him down from the wheels, as Tyrant just scots away. And there you have it.
Well, he finally managed to find an escape in from that area, and he's having a little bit of the ridge to walk around with. Although his teammates are somewhere far away, not that far away, but they have the safety of the compounds as well. But Mary, look at the flank angle he's coming in from. He can sound a bit troublesome for the players of Quraysh Esports, because Quraysh Esports, well, they are also in a split position, and right now in this particular barn house, it's only a single player, and the minute 3x Esports realize it's a single player, all the three players are going to rush towards Clown, and let's see if we can clutch it out. Let's see if we can do a 1v3 against them.
That's interesting. That's getting scary because he's got no backup for himself. All by his lonesome. Clown, he's been spotted out just lobbing a few grenades, trying out his luck. Just bobbing and weaving around the area, goes with that Uzi. Does not really matter because Miracle just comes in, trades it off. Does land that one knock though, but the follow-up certainly won't be there. And since Tyrant was just being a bait, trying to draw attention in his direction, and it really worked out for 3x, honestly, because Quraysh, they're so well split apart from each other that right now just trying to, you know, fight it out would not be best of ideas. Tyrant again, big shot. This time he knows where his opponent is. Hasni, well, taking a few shots. If one connects right on his head, could dish a massive amount of damage.
But look at that, Tyrant is having no healings onto himself. Only 5 bandages are there. If he gets taken down, that means things can turn around in the favor of Quraysh Esports. So Tyrant needs to be careful. He has to make sure that he doesn't overpeak. And look at the position of Jaguar. He's already closing in the distance. He tried to throw a Molotov, and Tyrant is a smarter one with that vehicle, is trying to make an escape. But second time, can he do so? But no, second time he gets taken down, and Jaguar with that shotgun will be looking for the confirmation onto him.
Oh yeah, of course, revenge, vendetta. It's a dish best served cold. And of course, Quraysh just could not let 3x Esports get away with anything and everything, right? They had to retaliate back, and that is something that they did in fashion. But for Quraysh, now it's a 3v3 scenario, but 3x still has that higher ground advantage. Now the biggest issue over here, Shadow, is the fact that both of these teams are fighting way far from the zone, and they need to get inside. One good thing about Quraysh is that they have good control over at least one of those vehicles. Courtesy to one of those players that went in and took it away from Tyrant. If he can somehow make sure that he gets it towards his teammates, then they can make a good escape.
Well, they can, but the way the players of 3x Esports are still holding on to the compound, this compound has such big windows that you can check all the 3 or 4 directions, and regrouping with each other is a bit difficult for the players of Quraysh Esports right now. But somewhere else, another fight might erupt as Team UF are going for the mid rotations, and Team H2E, JD, is already shooting in their direction, trying to pep a few bullets, but only superficial damage has been dished out.
Yeah, not a lot, honestly. And the way things are, I mean, Thor, his hockey is just burning. And Teen Wolf, on the other side, has managed to take down Kurama. We were anticipating this fight to happen, but maybe with H2E. Did not anticipate it happening with TmW. As Freestyle, they've made the move right below the Mount Everest as H2E. They're also deciding to make a few changes. I8 in the meanwhile still around that military base, yet to leave, and they know they have enough healings to just get in there safe and sound. But there's a huge cluster, Shadow, building up at the epicenter of the map. We do have Freestyle, we have Regicide, we've got North, we've got Magnus, we've got TmW. We've also got TUF and H2E joining the nearby fray in a much quicker time, because now it's going to be interesting who takes over the Everest. Do we have a fight over there? But we certainly do have a fight around those Novoripnoi shores, as Miracle did not want to overstep. We know where Hasni is. He does not. Needs to scar him out. Does indeed. Gets that knock. Will get that finish.
Well, easy finish coming in when the players are way too spread out. Things become a little challenging, and that is exactly what is happening with the players of Quraysh Esports. Right now, like you may also mentioned, both these teams are fighting in the blue. They're taking the damage of the blue as well, and other teams are also present across the bridge area that might stop them in their tracks during the rotation. So they need to be careful. This is not a position, this is not a place where they need to pick up a fight. They need to find the vehicles, but right now, Jaguar with that silence weapon VSS in his hand is already moving forward in the direction of Kratos, who is taking a lot of damage from Rafe, and in
Look at
retaliatory
Jaguar.
fire, Rafe is also taking a lot of damage.
Look at Jaguar. Just proned in. Finally moving a muscle. But he needs to shoot back at Kratos' direction. Does take those shots, but Kratos just prones down at the right nick of moment, but will not really save him because he's been knocked out as well. And Quraysh Esports, they strike back. One with two and one after the other. So much hammering, so much pounding being done, but neither of these teams are finding any meds. Now the big question is, are they going to be even successfully making it inside the circle, as we do have the next shift, which goes a little bit down south, completely favoring Team I8 since we've both voted for him. We haven't jinxed it for them as of now, but Senior, beautiful nade coming in, and Osama goes down.
Well, Osama goes down. That also means a little bit difficulty for the rest of the three players to go for the rescue or revival onto him or somewhere else. BABLU is also picking up fight, dropping few of the players of TmW, and Zibian is going for the confirmation as well. So many fights are suddenly erupting in the map of Erangel, and Sultan with that buggy is looking for the rescue onto his fallen comrade. That means easy revival is coming in any minute, but one more player, Osama, is also down on his knees. Let's see if any of his teammate can come for his rescue as well. On the other side, the players of Q are also trying to hold on to the compound, defend the compound they are holding on to. Let's see what's going to happen as Senior is going to lob few grenade, and Osama has been confirmed.
Oh, he certainly has been, but look at Team BABLU just charging in onto it, the players of TmW. And right now, just one last player remains, just going through. Hayan had no means of escape as Team BABLU take down one squad. 4 finishes already confirmed as Quantum Rage. They've also taken good control over these compounds. Star Esports, however, still managed to fight for another day because it's just that one player that they lost out on, and the others are still alive. I think the last thing they would want to do right now at this given moment is to engage in a battle, because Quantum Rage, they have got good cover. But look at Magnus. What is Trollin up to? Way out in the open, and wants to maintain a certain discretion about himself. But that's an interesting one. Just lie down right in the grasslands and pretend as if you never existed.
They are so close to North Esports. The minute North Esports realize there are the players of Magnus Esports out there in the open with no hard cover at all onto themselves, they are going to hunt for them. They are going to shoot in that direction, and maybe TFT and Quoty will also chime in and do a third party as they are also in the close proximity. Well, I always love these kind of circles. Gatka circles. Players are out in the open, third parties, fourth parties always tend to happen, and that is certainly going to happen right now also. But the team that is looking very safe right now are the players of H2E.
Now, a little bit of a calm has settled in, right? The fights that we are getting to see is mostly between the teams that are just traversing around, are just trying to find some new avenues, some new locations for themselves, as Noki has managed to take one down of TUF, I believe. And that's not a good news for them, because TUF, we know, one of those top contenders, you know, in the top 3 right now. They're doing pretty well, but I8 finally making their moves like a pack of hyenas, split into 2 groups, and now they're just gonna find out someone, or maybe just holding on to the position, because again, the circle has taken quite a northern shift, and this is where they have to make an entry inside the circle. Now, we were all happy and smiling about that Caster's Curse not being real. Indeed, it has become right now, because an entry inside a circle like this is going to be so difficult, even for the likes of I8. But for now, look at Drollin. He's just proned in. He's just waiting for the players of North Esports to come in. In the meanwhile, you've got a little bit of a backup also coming in. The cavalry has already hit And are the players of North Esports aware of all these diversions being created by Team Magnus?
And right now, Northern Esports, Roshan is trying to lob few good grenades on the side of the players of Team Magnus Esports, stopping them in their tracks. Smokes are already being deployed from both the sides. And North Esports, well, they don't have majority of the area to move around or scout. That is why Maxi has been taken out, and Finisher is going to find a finish point as well onto him. That means North Esports has been surviving as a 3-man squad, and Knight is also trying to lob a grenade. He's right in front of one of the player of North Esports, and he's shooting in some other direction, and the minute the player is going to come out, and he comes out, Avenger OP takes down Knight over there. North Esports looking again strong, is then managed to take down rest of the 2 players. One other player, Finisher, also goes down. That means Magnus is surviving as the last player. Drolin, what can he do in this situation?
Oh, he's still trying to fight it out, but there you go, a little bit of a hasty fight being pulled off by the players of Magnus, and North Esports successfully defending this onslaught, this ambush at their direction, have managed to see it through. Now, taking a look at the circle, H2V, they have taken over the Mount Everest. We've got Freestyle right below the compounds on the southern side of Mount Everest, and BABLU have themselves stationed at the eastern area. But for Team TUF, seems like they have lost out on Virus indeed, but now they've got a bigger, a tougher opponent right in front of them. That is in the form of Team I8.
Team I8, good rotations are coming in from their side. The way they have managed to find themselves inside the circle without taking any fight, that's a good thing. But right now they are in the crosshairs of Team Regicide. Team Regicide, who had a very good outing yesterday in the last match. Well, they are also running high on confidence, and Nock, he's still waiting for the players of Team I8 to come on the other side of the ridge, expose themselves so that he can take few bullets in their direction and maybe find a good knock onto the players of Team I8. But for now, Regicide, they need to hold on to the compound and defend it.
Oh, they certainly have to. It's getting exciting than ever, because right now we're gonna see which way the circle favors. And seems like Regicide have a very good chance of getting a back-to-back, and so do I8. And well, we were talking about, we were wondering how are they going to make it inside the circle, and they have a good spot right now. They've got a little bit of a elevation over there, but right beside them are the players of Regicide, North Esports, taking a southern route, maybe hit upon Regicide, or maybe those compounds just at the edges of the southern areas. Even QWERTY, they're making a move inside the zone. Could face some sort of a backlash coming in from Team BABLU. But both these teams have no intention to fight it out right now. They're just making a move to the best possible spot. And Khan, whoa! Just lands his vehicle out in the middle of nowhere. Gets shot at, but still somehow scots out free.
Well, he was a lucky man right now, because in this circle where 12 teams are surviving and you're out there when your vehicle stones turtle, well, he was a lucky man. But talking about Regicide, the way they have been spread out, although they don't have a very good compound to themselves, but they have good intel onto so many teams. They have information onto the players of Team I8 right now in front of them. They have their eyes set onto the players of Team QWERTY as well. This information is definitely going to come handy, but from the backlines, one of the players is still keeping the players of Team I8 at a distance.
Yeah, indeed. For now, 420, he does have that little bit of a flank created in case someone pushes at their direction. Now, this is genius. But the major issue is he needs to stay hidden, right? Can't give away his position. Because if he does, then things might go south for him. Now, for the players of 52, it's going to be interesting because Team Star, look at them. Miracle, I think he spotted out Fero. Legs being spotted. Oh, barely with a sliver of HP, but Miracle in turn is getting shot from elsewhere, and he also needs to move into safe covers. Now this is getting so very exciting because so many teams, they're just trying to traverse around, and Fero this time ensures that he has some solid cover.
Well, he needs to find a good cover, which the players of Team Quality are having right now. Regicide, they are out there in the open in a 2v2 split. Two of the players are right in the crosshairs of Voltrex, but the little bit dip and the ridge are helping the players of Regicide. But the minute the players of I8 decide to do a third party, if they go for a rotation onto in their direction, maybe the trouble might begin. But right now, the two teams who are fighting against each other on the Everest are the players of Quraysh Esports and H2E. And H2E finds a beautiful knock onto Joker. Easy confirmation will be coming in from that height advantage, but the main question is how they are going to survive other team that is coming from the back lines. That is going to be Quraysh Esports.
Indeed, Quantum Rage at this point, H2E, well, they really have to watch out for them. Pharaoh finally goes down, finally has given up on his life, but Assad and JD might just collide against each other. JD, having taken some massive amount of damage from the shrapnels of the grenade, needs to patch himself up ASAP, but eventually falls down to the wrath of the play zone, and so will Goku. It's the fourth circle and they're still bleeding. I do not really understand what could be that underlying issue that's bothering them, because at this point, I mean, had it been the fifth circle, it could have been understandable, right? The fourth circle and still the players are getting knocked out, falling down left, right and center. Certainly not a good news for the boys from Quantum Rage, especially for the position they are contending right now.
I agree. On the other side, talking about Pain, he's still hiding on the lower ground of the Everest area. He's still hiding, and luckily, his lucky stars in his favor as the players of Team Star are also falling down, courtesy to the players of Team H2E. And Star was the only team that could have been that ugly thorn for Pain, but from the height advantage, the minute the players of H2E are going to come down, they have to face Pain. 1v1 duel might be happening over there, but somewhere else TFD also blows a few vehicles and Spark also goes down, and with that, Quantum Rage has been eliminated at 12th position. North Esports Avenger OP also falls down because of an explosion.
Oh, he certainly does. But now, at this very moment, we have to see if IQ can make some play out of this. Amer, in the meanwhile, I8 have already lost out on two of their players, and now they're in a whole world of trouble. They need to get those revives up. They need to be a little bit more defensive, but also have to in turn make sure that North Esports feel some pressure, feel some heat before trying and doing that, because they have already lost out on Ghost and Uzum is far, far away. And IQ decides to not go for the rest, rather try and survive, because Regicide, look at that, Baz, he's got his eyes. He knows there's someone right beside him lurking, and it's Amer. Finally has heard the buggy sound, but Cairo from the backlines has spotted out Pain. What on earth is he up to? I have no idea. Has he lost out on his tires? Because there's barely any acceleration from his side, and he's paying such a hefty price, eventually falling down to his miseries. And 52, they have also been eliminated from the game.
Right now, H2E are the team that is in a bit of trouble, because look at the position of the players of Team TFD. They have the numbers advantage from the low ground. H2E are trying to shoot in their direction, where Tyler is going for the rescue onto his fallen comrade. One of the player, Cairo, who went for a flank angle, has been taken down by Sultan of Team Star, and easy confirmation might be coming in any second. Team Star is looking good. They are somewhere on the periphery of the circle, and they also have information onto the players of TFD, who have all their attention towards the players of 52. This is the moment when Team Star can chime in, do a third party, and earn few good defeat points for themselves. But Assad is still hiding in the corner.
Oh yeah. Now finally making a run for his life. But TFD, they've taken good control of those areas, or maybe not, because the moment Leon felt that maybe he was safe and sound, and he eventually gets taken down. And the finish vid, he's just dancing with the way the players are falling. The body is just flying around left, right and center as the new circle has formed. And barring TUF, there's not even a single soul inside the circle. But for now, Team Qwerty, they have been ambushed upon, and this time it is going to be their arch nemesis. That is going to be in the form of Team BABLU. It all comes down to gravity. We know this lad has potential to pull off miracles, but he is going against Zibyan, one of the experienced veterans, but now decides against it. Has a safe spot for himself, would want to opt for the revives, and that is what they are going for right now. Team BABLU, they have managed to recuperate, and Pika, Teen Wolf, Zibyan, all readied up with those grenades. It's going to be a grenade galore as those molos come in, but eventually that one grenade from Zibian connects, will take down 3 players of Team QWERTY, and along with that, the entire squad just getting abomished.
Well, Zibian just saved his team for another day, and Sultan with that M416 is raining havoc onto the players of North Esports, as North Esports has also been eliminated at 9th position. 4 defeat points already to the players of Team Star, looking very good, but right now the team that is not looking good are the players of Team I8, as they are out there in the open. Smoke is providing little bit of the cover they need right now, but they need much more solid hard cover if they want to go for the winner chicken dinner. As TUF, they have a hard compound for themselves, and looks like Thor has his ADS set onto their onto I8.
Oh, they certainly do, right? But for I8 right now, the big issue is trying to get inside the circle, and it's an open field. So they will have to go in for the ramming. They will have to, wait for a perfect opportunity to strike, and this might be one of them. One of those players of TUF, they have been taken down. If Star decides to go after TUF, then only can I8 make a move. But they've built a path of smokes, and they're traversing accordingly. But Regicide seem to have spotted it out. All these movements Team BABLU that they were trying to make has already managed to take one more down, one more shot, and there you go. Pika falls down as well. And with that, Team BABLU, one after the other, the bodies are just falling, now reduced to a 2-man squad.
Well, 2-man squad, but Zibian is still alive. He did it once, maybe he can do it again. But right now, Regicide, well, they are receiving few grenades from some other direction. They need to be a bit careful. TUF still having a hard compound for himself, good position for themselves. But Miracle, look at him. He's still hiding in that little bit of dip area. But their beautiful grenade comes in, takes down one player out there. Can he find the confirmation as well? That's the main question. As the Regicide, well, he's going last player, he's going for the revival, and Team I8 Blade has been taken down. Black also falls down of Team FS, but before that he lobs a grenade, takes down one of the player of Team Regicide as well.
It certainly does. And now it's going to be interesting to see what really goes on, what happens, especially at this point of time, because to be honest, now TUF, they still have 3 of their players, but haven't really opened up on the kill feed, right? And now Joker does have that little bit of an elevation, but Sultan, a beautiful grenade coming from his side. Edgar will of course get confirmed. There's no chance he's going to live, but somehow some sort of retaliation also being displayed. But one more grenade, and that could just get the job done, could in fact secure a second knock, but no, nothing really comes out of it, and Sultana eventually just gives up. TUF, they have to make a move where I8 find themselves in the circle miraculously somehow, as Joker thought right in front of them, and Sultana, he's got all that vision. One good grenade and they might go in. IQ gets a beautiful knock out of the players of TUF, and that grenade, that's just gonna secure the end of TUF. They bow down at the 4th spot with barely any finish points to their name, as Freestyle this time decide to march upon the players of I8 with those vehicles, a 4v3 situation. Let's see how this pans out.
Let's see. FS is definitely having the numbers advantage. They have the vehicles for that cover that is needed in the circle. But how they're going to survive the grenade, that's the main question. But look at Miracle. He's just waiting for the players of Team I8 and FS to fight it out amongst each other. He's going for the position points. He's going for the 2nd spot and maybe the 4th spot if he's lucky enough, along with his teammate Sultana, who is crawling his way inside the circle. And Team I8, well, they don't have the majority of the area under their control, but they have to deal with Black, because Black is relentlessly throwing, lobbing grenades in their direction.
Silence has taken over. A Mexican standoff is what we call it. And right now, I8, Team Star and Team FS, both FS and Star just have 6 finishes to their name, and I8 sitting with 7. But like you said, it's just about being opportunistic at this given moment. Miracle with that grenade, is he going to make some quick work of the players of FS? Did not get that much elevation, did not do a lot of damage. But in turn, Sultana finds a beautiful knock onto its IQ as Team I8 look to be crumbling. There's no chance on planet Earth that they are going to get that revive. If they do, they will have to commit a lot of smokes. But now Team Freestyle want to capitalize on the situation. A fight between Star and I8 as Blade lobs it fantastically with that beautiful trade-off that he gets with the grenade. Can he get that finish? That's the big question.
Let's see if we can find a confirmation, like you said, because Miracle is definitely not going for a rescue or a revival, because he does know that at this moment he will be grabbing attention of all the players of I8. But right now, Montu has been spotted down by Blade. He has no cover onto himself, but on the other side, FS is still having those vehicles to walk around with. But Uzm with that Groza finds a confirmation onto Black. FS is also surviving as a two-man squad, and so are the players of Team IA. But Star is surviving as a single player, and it's a matter of the time when the perfect grenades are going to connect that are coming from side of I8, and IQ is crawling his way in the direction of Miracle to provide that intel to his teammates. He does realize there is no chance for a revival. Better give out the position of the opponent also.
Yeah, and that's a smart move. Now I8 are completely aware, but they have to deal with Malik and Mom too. And there you have it, Malik just spraying down, opening it up with his UMP as Miracle trying to reposition himself. Freestyle looked to be really comfortable, finally finding all those openings, all those areas, as finally I8 managed to fall. And now it is going to be a 1v2 situation. It is Star against Freestyle. Freestyle very close to getting that chicken dinner. All they need to find is that cover, and there you go, get that final finish. And with that, the winner chicken dinner coming in. And what a beautiful one for Freestyle. We have been talking about it. You know, this is a squad that has got what it takes. And today they made a few of the roster shuffles. They did bring Black in, and boy oh boy has he delivered.
Well, they delivered it, and they needed it, because day one they were in the top 5, day number 2 they were somewhere on the second page. Now with this game, maybe they can find themselves on the first page of the overall standings. 9 elimination points, 15 placement points for them. I think it's a very good comeback that can be for the players of Team Freestyle. Day number 3 can be the comeback of Freestyle and all the teams that are on the bottom.
100% agree with you what you just said, because we love this, right? We love a little bit of competition. We love a little bit of these teams just going after each other, beating each other down to pulp. And it was a very intense circle. I mean, a very important game for Star as well, because they had been struggling before this. And same can be said for Freestyle. I8, I mean, they've been pretty comfortable. Alright, we might have jinxed it. A third spot is not too shabby, you know, but we're going to talk more about that after this short little break. Alright, there we have a little bit of a switcheroo, but all thanks to our sponsors, Oppo F21 Pro, the winner chicken dinner coming in really handy, all courtesy to them. It's possible because of them. Don't forget to check them out. They are the official sponsors also of the PUBG MOBILE Esports Pakistan region. But now, Blotter, you've been watching the match from the sidelines. We've been talking so much about the comeback of Freestyle, and feels like it is now real. And yeah, all these stats, all these figures completely just confusing me out of my mind. And there you have it, 6 eliminations for this lad. Malik has been one of the stalwarts of this region, and has he performed?
Absolutely, of course, Fixes, as we were talking about FS earlier as well, we did see them kind of missing from the action, but this sort of performance definitely was missing from their side, and it finally has been delivered. But now, the stylish performance that has been delivered, pushing them on the 7th in the overall ranking. I just keep my fingers crossed that they keep on delivering this sort of performance, moving on 4th, because after all, we have spoken about it again and again. This new format is all going to be focusing on the top 12 teams that will participate in that Livik map. that will be played on day number 5. But right now, as we move towards the players to focus, apart from the MVP, that was of course Malik, we do have Zibian joining in along now. Again, talking about the way the performance has kind of gone up and down for the side of BABLU, it is definitely a big boost, not necessarily, but definitely well, for the fans it is a good thing that BABLU, they are still keeping their numbers up, and that was going to be very crucial. But I8, again, I mean, it is what we saw from the start of the day. 150 points is what this team started off with, and yep, we did see them on the first map fall down a little too quick, but at the same time they did not falter away by, without taking away elimination points.
Oh yeah, 100%. Now that's quite well reflected in the match ranking, especially that BABLU and QWERTY fight. We loved it, right? Towards the end, Zibian with that beautiful grenade, but freestyle, boy oh boy. Quick early rotations, I remember they instantly took the center of the circle, respected the zone, but I8, it was some beautiful rotations, from a moment I was thinking it's impossible for them to get inside the circle. They not only managed that, did manage to rack a few finishes, but towards that end game, it all comes down to how well can you spot your opponents. You just have to keep spraying and praying that it connects, you get that knock, and they were kind of on the receiving end of things, right? Just being shot out from two different directions, and they were rather looking very helpless in that particular moment. Were quite out of options, to be honest, because what could they have done? That's the big question, because Star had a little bit of an elevation. Even freestyle from this side, Malik was making all those moves, and they were stuck in the middle. This is what happens when it's again, a Mexican standoff.
Definitely, right? But from I8's IQ play that was showcased from IQ itself, that was very... It could have been definitely advantageous had they been able to, get 3x Miracle inside. But that was not, of course, allowed, as Miracle was the one who was able to get that shot against IQ. But along with that, of course, the numbers advantage then favored FS. But in all, as we look at the way this game played out in terms of the damage drop, look at the amount of perfect high towers that we are looking at right here, because after all, R3G, a team that was only able to accumulate 3 elimination points, walked out with 1800 plus damage. That is definitely a huge undertaking from their side on the map of Erangel. And of course, I'm sure that they were rather trying to recreate what they did yesterday on the match 4. But overall, again, this is just week number 1. So a lot of ups and downs definitely are being showcased, but those perfect teams, or rather the teams that everybody anticipated to be bringing in a perfect play in week 1, they definitely are bringing themselves up slowly but surely.
Oh yeah, and indeed, even for QWERTY, right? 1100 points of damage, and then just 2 finishes over there. But now we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, right? It all started with this. I don't know, maybe a part of me felt that Magnus really got complacent with that particular push. The way they just went in trying to go after North Esports and them anticipating their flanks. But I8 still made some good work out of Regicide. But the best fight did eventually come down to the end. But even that BABLU and QWERTY skirmish was a delight to watch.
Absolutely was. And again, from that moment forth, as we move towards these final few moments of the game itself, this is where FS against I8, it was looking like a neck and neck game, where indeed I8 were able to get the better half of the entire setup in front of course, FS. But overall, the numbers advantage favored them. Miracle was there to bring in that X factor against the positioning of I8, and all in all, of course, FS got that chicken, and that was very much needed from their side. Let's just hope that they're able to bring in that sort of play throughout the entirety of the day, because we want them to keep rising as well, for sure.
Oh, we certainly want them. But I've got to say this, and even the audience, I love those glasses, man.
Oh, cheers. Thank you.
Didn't anticipate.
Been a long time.
but
been a long time since the last one.
Really suits you, huh?
Oh, well, thank you so much. But again, I mean, right now what the fans must be thinking is what we want is our team to suit the kind of play and anticipation that we had. Now, you talk about TUF, right? As we look at the overall storyboard, TUF started off with perfect games, banger of performances back to back. But then after that, things have kind of slowed down for them. And now in the upcoming game, I'm hoping that they bring up the kind of performance that they started off with. But overall, again, the first page, this is where Freestyle definitely pushed themselves. 6th position jump, moving all the way to 7th. They're only 2 points shy of that 6th position. Definitely a perfect performance from their side, but this is a start, and they need to climb up, because again, you've got Freestyle sitting on the 7th place. On the 1st is going to be I8 with 177 points, 101 point difference. That is quite a lead.
Oh, indeed, it is quite a lead. But, moreover, if you have to talk in depth about what really happened, how things worked out, I think this is something that we were even discussing at the start of the day, right? because from 4th position right till the 13th, it was all out in the open. And
Exactly.
teams are now capitalizing upon it. Look at Team Star taking 6 spots plunge, just propelling themselves. And this is the competition we sort of want, we sort of expect from all these teams. TmW, well, they have been good in those Sanhok games, but hey, Lakshya, to be honest, they have to step it up in the other maps as well. But taking a look at the schedule now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more Erangel. If you thought that was enough, this time, however, we're going to play in Erangel without the teams from Group C. That means no I8, no Quantum Rage, no Faulty Devils, and no Quraysh Esports. That also means that the Grounders, Metershot Sky, R3D, and Triple Esports, they're going to be back in action, baby.
Absolutely. And again, you talk about the Grounders, the way they started the day, it seemed a little bit lackluster, coming in with just 3 numbers from their side, 3 players from their side, but hoping that as they push on along, things are going to be different. But as we push through towards this match number 3 of the day, let's have a look at the team to watch out for.
Oh, certainly. And, these are the BABLs, these are the statistics that we've been crunching. Our production crew, huge props to them. And we know it's Erangel, but sadly, I8's not there. So I think let's bank upon Team BABLU or maybe Faulty Devils. Faulty Devils has also been one of those teams that has shown some consistency in the map of Erangel. And of course, they won't also be playing this one out. So it is either between Quantum Rage or BABLU. Or do you think it's going to be someone completely out of the blue, someone that we really never anticipated?
Well, see, that question is very much up in the air, because I was just looking at how in Group A, we've got Team BABLU, but at the same point in time, we also do have Magnus. Right?
Yep.
Now, Magnus Esports is one of those teams that has definitely been performing really well. At the same point of time, we've seen some phenomenal clutches from 3x, but the way that they started off for 3x, they were lacklustering all the way in the blues and then caught up. So, to and fro sort of a play is what is being happening right here. So, in terms of prediction, I would definitely want to go with either TUF against BABLU or just one, right? Because again, QWERTY has already been able to accumulate that first chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok itself. Now, QWERTY could have definitely been up on the limelight. The Grounders could have been, but I'm going to go with TUF for this one. Surely, they need to be able to, they need to be able to bring their numbers up a little bit more.
Fine, then I'm going with QWERTY because I feel it coming, right? I feel it coming the way these lads have been pushing themselves through, right? The way they've been playing out, especially in the map of Sanhok. It feels like a QWERTY day because even in the map of Erangel, it was not too shabby either. It was just that one compound they got stuck in, and that one grenade, all it took from Zibyan just to blow the boat. So yeah, maybe this time could be a redemption time, or it could be completely somebody else. But let's see. I mean, you've gone with TUF, I've gone with QWERTY. Magnus is also into the mix. Freestyle has also stepped it up. Maybe there might be chances that they can get a back-to-back, right? We've seen a lot of back-to-backs happening. We've seen I8 do that. We've seen Magnus do that. And it's been a custom every single day, right? So today, maybe a freestyle day as well. Anything and everything is possible. But now it's time.
All up in the air.
Yeah, indeed.
But as we get started off, of course, Fixes right here, it's going to be our flight path on the map of Erangel, starting all the way from Savoni going down south towards Primos, mostly majorly focusing towards the western Ghats of the map right here, if I can say so. But overall, again, as you mentioned, right, you talk about how the storyline for the entire league can actually be brought out. This is just day number 3. So just 2 days, we saw a lot of aggression taking place amongst all of these teams, but at the same point in time, the teams that were not performing, let's bring up names like, for example, FS just got that beautiful chicken dinner for themselves in the previous game. Back-to-back games have also taken place in favor of Magnus, and then we also had QWERTY, the first team to walk away with that Sanhok on match number 1 for the day. So these teams that we were talking about on day 1, they finally now are picking up that pace, right? Picking up that ladder, picking up that baton, and just grinding it through the entirety of the battleground. And that is something that is, of course, expected, I would say, in certain sense of the league, because first day, yes, teams are going to be going all out. Second day onwards, they'll try and figure out things, and now they've had a break. They had that 1 day break, and that in turn has definitely resulted in teams keeping a very keen eye out towards where they drop, what sort of a rotation to take, and that has resulted in this very big change and shift in terms of the and pace of the entire game and background. But with that, we've got a VSS, and what a perfect shot that was from Hunter. Dude, now there you go. That is the name. Hunter's in the name. You're going to be able to get that with a VSS, 9mm in the shot. And there we have it. NESS players goes down. But of course, that is going to be just the first blood situation. But what a start to this game this has turned out to be. Just the first 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes. And we're already looking at, well, a full swinging season right here on the map of Erangel.
Oh god. I can't stop but laugh because honestly, tactically speaking, it was a VSS and Maxi barely had any helmet or armor, right? So you get that pure damage coming in, and it's a double damage if it hits on your head. And that is how 2 bullets, all it took is VSS. And Hunter must be proud of himself, of what he's pulled at, and that's something for the Instagram reels.
Absolutely, mate. NES has been hunted in the first minute of the game itself. They've been hunted bad, and they need to be able to respond. But will they be allowed to? Will there be an opportunity that they could probably utilize upon or not? That we'll have to wait for, because this is just the first few minutes of the game itself. And along with that, have I missed an elimination? We're looking at 62 remaining players.
Yeah, the ground is 3 players.
Oh,
Akshay, we don't like that.
Oh, yes. I thought this game on was...
Yep.
Sheesh. But all
it's
right,
the second time it's happening.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly thought that, all right, start of the day, it's the weekend, perhaps there were some issues in, managing the time and whatever, that's fine. But I thought that coming game they would be all for, but it's all right, Hopefully things are fine with the grounders, of course. But on the other front, as we have a look at Team BABLU, moving on along, getting those perfect loot set up for themselves. A perfect play is what we anticipate. Of course, fans do anticipate. And talking about the players of BABLU, they're so very much in synergy. And talking about synergy, where will you go? Director just jumps on along from the one conversation to another, where again 420 boy, another player to bring up in terms of QWERTY's approach, and they have just figured it out, how to throw those punches, how to bring those players together in the battleground, in those fights. It has been absolutely pristine in terms of the way they've been approaching this day number 3. But let's see how this match 3 is going to turn out for them.
It's going to be really interesting, right? Because honestly, even for the grounders, we were talking about that 3-man squad, and I'll not lie, Lakshay, the first game they fed off really well. So exactly. I don't know if this works as a charm or if it was just a circle doing it. 3 is not the really luckiest of the numbers, but for a specific few, it can certainly work out. But now taking a look at how the circle has panned out, right? It's a Gatka circle, a plain old default Gatka circle, no shenanigans, nothing yet. And if things go along like this, maybe Regicide might pull one more off.
Oh, there is high chance for them sitting in the center, looking very comfortable. And look at the north, towards the Noropron region. That is going to be chaotic as hell. H2E, BABLU, TUF, 3X. And up on north is going to be TMW. Now, these are teams that definitely need points. H2E, TMW, they need a lot of points. They should be keeping a very keen eye as well as a close watch and open ear towards, of course, whatever's happening towards that Norupnoi bridge, as BABLU and TUF are going to be around in the vicinity. But, of course, as you mentioned, R3G looking very immaculate in terms of their positioning. But will that be threatened? Because FS is moving along from the south with a very content play that they showcased in the previous Erangel with 9 elimination points to their name.
Oh, yeah. And we were talking about that, right? This could be a back-to-back for them, and we would love that for it to happen. But yeah, nothing can be said in the battlegrounds. Could be just anybody's games. We are all privy to all those ridiculous circle shifts towards the very end, which also did happen in the previous game of Erangel. When we thought it could be a northern circle, it just went north, south, then went towards that western side and directly went southwest. So yeah, things happen, and teams really have to accommodate themselves. And I8, in fact, did a pretty good job, who are not playing in this matchup. So military base is pretty much vacant. I really thought that maybe Metershot Sky, instead of opting for Novoripnoi, they just head over there. But they decided against it. And Metershot Sky, H2E, these are the teams, that I'm really worried about. Because, hey, honestly, we've seen Pakistan. You've done that with me last time around. And H2E isn't really playing like the way they're supposed to, right? They are much more better than this.
True, 52 Esports, Metershot Sky, H2E. These are teams that, honestly, I mean, yes, there are always ups and downs from one season to the other, but this sort of demise is definitely unexpected. But again, this is too early to even say that strong a word from my side, because after all, this is just day number 3. But yet again, day number 3, and you're looking at a team like IE8 sitting at what, 177 points, correct me if I'm wrong, and at the same point in time, you're talking about a comparison to the 20th position where H2E is sitting, TmW is sitting, Metershot Sky, 52 Esports with barely any points, the same number of games played between all of these teams. So yeah, that clearly is a stark difference. And even though it is 3-week long affair, but if that big a stark difference is going to be indicated in just 3 days, then I don't know what sort of a ladder Mount Everest K2 climb is IE8 going to be bringing to this entire lobby, because it is definitely looking like a one-sided thing if the teams on the second page keep underperforming like this again and again.
Yeah, because we've already hit that half matches marker, right? A few teams have already played 10 matches, and now it's the 50% of this week. After this week, if you're in the top 12, you're playing that Livik map, or else, the points are going to go for a reset. But for now, R3D, Anubis, has the players of North Esports pinned on his crosshair, still not taking any shots. And for all the good reasons, right? He's just collecting information, and he knows shots this far would not really connect. Even if it does, would not do a massive chunk of damage. Damage eventually falls off with range. But it's all about the teams just kind of congregating around that central area, right? Which is quite different from how Pakistan PUBG M used to be played. And, it was all about teams going in for a fight. It suddenly seems like, teams are really understanding the gravity of the situation, do realize for a fact that it comes down to being at the top 3, top 4, so that you get the best points. But North Esports managed to escape from the clutches elsewhere, but eventually had to fall down as Roshan is being picked off. Magnus, they're on a roll right now.
Oh, what a perfect spray that was. North Esports definitely damaged and hunkered down to just a 2-man army as they made that rotation. On the other front, we do, of course, have our 3x also giving away a lot of Qs right there. We, of course, are still looking at NES having no chance to be able to walk out of this farm alive, as they are being hammered on upon from Magnus' side. As far as his side is concerned, I mean, 3x is concerned, R3D is bringing in a lot of damage towards their compound as well. Even though 3x thought that, all right, we found a compound, we're going to be in the safety net. Sadly, R3D was just around the corner, and Anubis was the man who was taking on those perfect sprays. Sadly, that elimination point, I believe, has not been confirmed. Or, well, again, the spray definitely was on point and was able to bring in a lot of damage towards 3x's player. But right now, again, a stalemate conversation between these two is what's going to turn out, because R3D, as soon as they start taking those shots, they're going to be giving away their cue as to where they're at. They're out in the open. Right up above, we can see Magnus just clearly sitting up on the hill, definitely just waiting to take on the shots against R3D as well. As soon as R3D just kind of slow their roll a little bit, on the other front is going to be TmwEsports' Kurma with almost 40 to 50% HP, trying to take down the players of Team Star once again. And all our open chaotic war is what this has turned out to be, outside the zone, it seems like, from the northern side.
Our fight is going on, and R3D, well, they have no business. No funny business yet. Unless and until there's a squad fight, there's something happening, they won't go in, at least for the push. But Magnus have no other choice. They want to fight it out. Ooh. But Mary's grenade, a preemptive one, that really did hurt. But this has given enough time for the players of 3x Esports to start breathing a little bit, try and apply a little bit of extra pressure. This is the moment you're supposed to build extra angles, but they are steady as a rock.
Well, they definitely have hunkered themselves down into this compound, and even though Magnus Esports' approach definitely seemed on point and on par in terms of the synergistic approach that they had from the two flank angles, but at the same time, Mary's preemptive approach with that grenade has definitely slowed it down. But for how long? Because as we see, Magnus' 3-player finisher faster as well as Zen are in front of us, but the other players are going to be creating a flank, and that is where we can definitely expect Magnus' player to perhaps, or is it a fallback? No, this is a fallback. I thought there was a flank angle being created from their side, but they are going to be letting go of this fight, and 3x lives to fight another day.
Finisher. He's getting shot at, and somehow he's managed to survive. 3x be like, you guys go. We have no business with you guys. And for all the good reasons. I do not know if they can, foresee things, but Destroyer! Magnus realized there was someone watching at the direction, and it was a good decision to just back off. And maybe because of that, maybe because Drawledge just spotted them out, and now R3D, they find themselves in a whole world of trouble. But Paddy just spraying around with that M249, not even a single bullet connecting over here as Edgar decides to go after Pharaoh, but Finisher in the meanwhile finally manages to knock on Paddy. And I really wanted to see that fight, man.
Really did, really definitely did. I mean, right now we're just looking at, oh, right now, mind that R3D Esports says the Anubis brings down Zen from the side of Magnus, and a perfect approach from the side of Magnus has definitely resulted in them taking a lot of damage onto their faces, as well as losing out on their numbers, because it's just one-man army remaining from Magnus's side, and it seems like he's going to be able to take down the shot Avenger. Never mind, not Avenger, my apologies right there, but Destroyer right now in front of our screens is definitely going to be able to take on those perfect shots, bring Magnus's approach down to a halt, and now it all falls down to Destroyer if he is going to stay there, or if he's going to give that revival first as he move away from that fight towards Metershot Sky, taking on shots against Quraysh Khan. He has nowhere to go. The trunk is not going to be able to favor him for a long time. Thankfully, that smoke coming in is going to be able to bring him a life support, second life support. But Quraysh right here just definitely hunkering down on the position of Fatir. Nowhere for Metershot Sky's players to go, and just like that, they go down with 4 defeat points confirmed for Quraysh. They're just getting started. They're just getting warmed up.
It's a good start, is all I can say right now. But the job is far from being done at this moment.
True.
And Miracle, well, I think he's got someone knocking at his door. Has to open it up. Real life problems, man. Real life problems. You're casting, someone just, rings your bell. You need to do that. Or maybe it's just the nature's call.
Indeed. There are so many moments like that happen.
Intense moment.
Yeah, there should be like a BTS for all of this as well, for every single league.
But right now, Lakshay, if you take a look at how the circle has panned out, right? It's around that curry. We do have the players of Star. We do have the players of Team BABLU well settled in. Now, BABLU has got the best position inside the zone, but I can witness a little bit of a spread coming in from their direction as well. So, if they do not manage to, somehow kind of get back together, then things might get tough as things go on, because at the 5th or 6th shift you're going to witness that curveball, and once that hits, it's going to be really difficult. But Edgar, whoa, connected the head. Beautiful
Shot indeed right there. 52 Esports is fair. Oh, there goes another shot against Joker. The spotting was definitely there. Team TUF's Joker against Joker is what this is turning out to be. Let's see who the real Joker is going to be against Joker Sir. As Joker Sir pushes on along all by his lonesome. Does he have any cover? Yes, he does definitely. And his teammate from the far away, Virus, is going to be bringing down the player of 52 Esports. Now 52 Esports again. We were just talking about it. Metershot Sky, 52 Esports. The way they're playing the season, it seems like they are lost or maybe having second thoughts and second doubts in terms of how should they approach this lobby. But again, there are these teams like TUF, I8, Quraysh, BABLU, who are just impeccable in terms of every single fight that they've tried to be a part of. Yes, not necessarily every single fight, because that's what the background is, but overall, the stats definitely are favoring these teams compared to the teams that were in the limelight from the previous season.
Oh, indeed. And now, TUF, I think it's all about the confidence from their side, right? 52 Esports is being underconfident that they cannot take fights. And I think all they need right now is that one very good game. If they get that, you never know. They might make a comeback. But for now, the Grounders, with just a 3-man squad, I do not understand what happened to Shapatar. Why is he not playing today? But regardless, the Grounders are still somehow managing to hold their grounds, right? None of their players have been taken away or taken down. Right in front of them lie the players of Team Quraysh. But I think it's a good movement coming in from Quraysh. They realize the circle has taken that eastern shift. We were talking about that curveball. And now DOD find themselves in a very commanding position. Team BABLU also managed to rendezvous. And now they're also going to make certain adjustments in order to stay inside the circle and get a lot of eliminations.
Well, again, as we look at FS also from the backlines, they are hopefully going to be getting into their vehicles to make a rotation. If they try that rotation from the eastern flank, northeastern flank, that would be absolutely pristine, and that is the approach that they should take. But at the other front, as you perfectly mentioned, from the side of course BABLU, the Quraysh as well, they are trying to get into that zone, but will it be enough? As we do have so many teams already getting themselves set up in the compounds that are only a few number available in the zone itself. So a lot of chaotic mess is what this has turned out to be, as FS teams trying to get into the zone. A couple of minutes ago, Triple Esports were looking comfortable in terms of how they had approached, but sadly, DoD, things have gone wrong for them as Rex and Psycho are the only two players surviving. But thankfully, they do have a compound, and that is what will give them the edge, or maybe not.
It's going to be interesting to see what really happens. DoD just holding on to their fort, and a much needed game for them, because we've been talking about, right? Right from the very start of this game, we want the teams in the bottom 10 to kind of stage a comeback. Dani, again, a QWERTY BABLU fight. Not the way we imagined though, but look at Team QWERTY. They just escape right into thin air. And Team BABLU, they look helpless. Like, who do we shoot at?
Right now was like, all right, F1, zoom, zoom, one car goes after the other. He's just trying to pan his gun. He's trying to get his iron sight and his, of course, crosshair set up. And QWERTY's gone. QWERTY's already found the compound. He's got the knowledge. He's got exactly where the team is. Oh, all right, that shot there. That could have definitely brought in a lot of hurt. And definitely has as well. If nothing else, the helmet has been damaged right there. That's for a fact. And that in turn is going to result in a chaotic fight for QWERTY later on.
Quite certainly. Because, you know, the way things are right now. Oh, crafty. I think what QWERTY wants to do right now at this moment is they know the next circle is not going to favor them. They have to save their vehicles in order to get inside the circle safely. And they're aware that Team BABLU is right at the Gatka compound. So it's nothing to really worry about for them. They're well conditioned to deal with the situation. They've got vengeance on their mind. And Freestyle, the winners of the previous chicken dinner, now they want to contest for the compounds. DoD, they're in hiding. But I think Rex of what's really happening. Hence, so many of those smoky walls have been built up. But that's not going to deter Black or Malik from trying their luck with a few grenades.
Absolutely, because again, you talk about Freestyle, the way they played that previous game, and now also with numbers advantage working in their favor, with 0 defeat points as of now they're getting hungry. Now they're definitely getting hungry. They're not going to be just happy with 1 or 2 defeat points. They want the entire chicken for themselves. And that's exactly what we can see FS slowly but surely push on for. But at the same time, they don't know what they're up against. We know for a fact that Triple Esports are only left with the 2-man squad. And look at that, the zone favoring all the way down towards QWERTY as well as FS. FS definitely are going to be able to take that compound. At the other front, it is going to be Team Star outside the zone who are going to be eliminated thanks to TUF.
Oh yeah, now we've got to see what's going to go happen along as Psycho has been taken down by Black. Freestyle have made those first moves, and now just one remains. It's Rex. DoD were holding on to that compound for so long, and now his position has been given away. Mom, to look at him, just bobbing and weaving, just spraying down with his arm. And finally, it's going to be Malik that gets that final finish. And with that, DoD, in fact, rather, Team Triple Esports have been eliminated from the game. And now it's going to be interesting as to see how these teams are going to play the circle out. Team BABLU, they've got to make some interesting movements. Team QWERTY's Khan has found a beautiful knock on one of those players. It is chaos all around the map.
Absolutely, with 9 teams remaining, FS the only team Freestyle with the compound in their favor. QWERTY have a small little shark favoring them, but as long as that's only going to be favoring them for as long as they've got the knowledge as to where the opponent teams are, because if they don't and they get out of that track, there will be so many flank angles they're going to have to cover and they will be trashed upon easily. But at the other front, as we are looking at the players of the Grounders getting trashed from the side of course, got ashed as it is, right? Sides taken with one perfect nade. And that should be the end of the Grounders. There we go. Such a close contact that was. Brought the health down to almost 40% for Mr. Black. And that will be it. The Grounders get eliminated. 8 teams remain with 28 players alive.
Indeed. And 420 boy finally managed to survive for so long, but eventually gets taken down. But at this particular moment, right, it's so difficult to predict where the circle's going to go. And Regicide, they've got that perfect dip, right, to play around. Right, the swamp areas, takes a few shots, but now a lob grenade right at the direction of the players of Team QWERTY, and it's going to be interesting, right, through the sewers. How are they going to play it? How are they going to work out things? Because QWERTY, they're just kind of limited to that one little rock. Now they're trying to make a move with their vehicle, or are they trying to build cover out of that? That's so difficult to say. And Gravity, he cannot really be a part of this fight because he's the one on the flank angle. And usually the flanker has to maintain that little bit of secrecy, little bit of a discretion, so that he can try to fend off attacks coming at directly their direction. So it's going to be interesting to see how Quadi pull themselves out from this situation, because eventually the smokes are going to fade out, and that is when they're going to be at their most vulnerable self.
Well, and this is how they should be playing, like BABLU. You know, they don't care. Even though they're out in the open, they're out of the farm, they are going to be moving on across, running across to get those nades exactly to perfection, rather than just try and lob it, hoping that they are able to get a point for themselves. Red side's Noki, we can clearly see that Knock has been trying for such a long time, but I would have hoped that he would have, at least if nothing else, gotten the help of his teammates, because till now he has spent so many nades on that small little area towards Quoti, which he should have probably been able to keep a hold of, because he's going to need them later. 7 teams still remain. The zone keeps on fluctuating again and again. We still do have the side of FS a part of this entire saga. 5 TUF get eliminated with 6 points for themselves. As I was talking about FS have gotten themselves with a 2-man split. 2 people at the edge of the zone, 2 outside. So Black and Zarif, they are the 2 who are going to have to try and get themselves in the zone. On the top right hand side of the minimap, you can see the players taking on those shots. The team in the gray, that's going to be, of course, FS's players, and it definitely seems like Vexes, this could be their game for the taken if they're able to deal with a heavy hand of Quoti.
Oh yeah, look at Mom2 just spraying across. M7 does get the better out of him, and that too with an arm on 4 times. Really gets difficult to connect those shots, especially when you're talking a little long range. Maybe he had spotted out Reaper as well, or was it just me? We've got the big screens, but the lads are playing on their mobile devices. That's why you gotta have the F21 Pro. Beautiful screen, larger one, could have spotted him out had he had it.
It was so close, it definitely was. But again, Mom2 is not going to be falling back from that area. At the other point, his teammates are keeping a very close, keen eye towards the other angles, and that is exactly where the 2-man split is helping out the players of FS, because they've got so much of information against their opponents. As you have Malik on our screens with the Scarl, he's easily able to spray down and knock out the players of 3x, but at the same point of time now, 3x, they better be careful. They have a little bit of an area, a little bit of time that they can hopefully try and capitalize, but where are they going to go? In front of them is going to be BABLU, and they're getting sprayed on from freestyle. Yep, there we have it. There's no way for them to run. Eliminated on the 6th spot is going to be 3x, with 4 teams remaining. 7 defeats confirmed for the side of FS. A few minutes ago, TMW were also looking comfortable with 4-man army, but as soon as these big heavy horses jumped into the zone, we had the likes of BABLU, FS, Quoti all jumping together, and just like that, TMW were nowhere to be seen.
Oh, indeed, they weren't. Look at Zabaf. Can spot out T-Perks. There goes those shots. The legs. Barely missing out. Now just sprays it. But freestyle, they have to get inside the circle. They still have all 4 of their players alive. 7 finishes to their name. They are on a roll, baby. And they did have managed to get, Wasi replaced with Black. And it seems like, the impact is right on, right? One day he comes in. They already have hit a chicken dinner. They've already made it to the top 4. 7 finishes already. Now they have their eyes on Regicide, because they are going to try and get inside the circle.
Oh, that was a really good nade coming in. At the same time, Knock's perfect Molotov is going to be damaging the players of FS, but of course not going to get him eliminated. Now, those 2 teams, Regicide as well as R3D as well as, of course, FS, they're so very close. Now, this is the moment that Quoti can define the zone as well as the game for themselves, but that is only if the X Factor from BABLU does not end up hitting them, because they are none the wiser. At the same point of time, Gravity, with that perfect resuit, is definitely going to be helping him out, but as soon as he starts taking on those shots, of course, everything is going to be given away. So for now, the main focus for Quoti should be, well, there are 4 teams remaining. We know for a fact 2 teams are taking on fights. That's going to be FS as well as, of course, R3G. But it seems like BABLU had another idea and intention, and that was to just factor on those shots against 1 team. But that has definitely not resulted in their favor, as they are getting damaged down to just a 2-man army, Pika and Team Wolf. And now Pika is going to try and take on Quoti, but it seems like it's just a bit too late. The 2 heavy teams are going to be Quoti against FS. BABLU, they can try and bring in a little bit of damage, but that's pretty much it.
Oh, that indeed is. And look at this. Freestyle, well, they've been knocked out. one of their players, and it is bench time for Team QWERTY as they go after BABLU. But look at Pika, does not really want to go out like this, wants to bring in that punch. But look at Gravity, he's got an amazing angle. Ollie's just waiting, imparting all that information on towards his teammates, 420, and he's making good work out of it as Black decides to move. Has he been spotted out? That's the big question. Barely on a sliver of HP, a little bit of shrapnel damage coming in from the grenades would be enough. But Gravity, he's got to make a move, but does not really want to overextend in that particular situation. Black just going through the edges will get taken down courtesy to that blue zone. And Gravity might have an idea of where he is. Now QWERTY, they can really go in with their push, but cannot get complacent because Team BABLU is watching right after them.
Absolutely, Team BABLU is being very, very streaky and quiet right now. They know for a fact where all these nades are coming in from. They definitely must have spotted, but for the other side, it seems like 420 boy keeping a close eye towards that flank angle, and just like that, is going to be able to bring down Pika, and that remain in turn is going to be one player from BABLU on the other front. For QWERTY, there is absolutely no one who can stop them from taking this battleground and walking away with that chicken dinner in their hand, looking very satisfied and satiated with that Sanhok game in their favor. And now the second one, only a few minutes short and away for that chicken dinner for themselves. And again, I mean, that's clearly being indicated. They're getting up, they're running around, they're trying to get all the spots because they know for a fact that they are a four-man squad against just one-man army of two individual teams.
Indeed, and 420 boy going after his former team. Teen Wolf does manage to knock him out, was on really low HP, but that's not gonna hinder the players of Team QWERTY T20 to get another winner chicken dinner. And now these boys are all on a roll and are now #3 in that overall rankings. 12 eliminations for these lads. And guess what, Lakshay? I'm the one to break the scores. Now I'm one up in terms of predictions. Just had to say that to production. I'm
that
happy.
Is good, mate.
Thank you, QWERTY.
That is definitely good. Definitely needed as well. Because now on our English test, we have 2 predictions set up, right? And we just need to bring that number up. And that is what we're going to be working towards as the weeks and days progress on forth. But definitely an entertaining game this turned out to be because of how the teams played out. But overall, yeah. I mean, I really don't want to take away anybody's limelight right now, so I'm going to keep my mouth mum and hand it over to you.
No, I mean, I love what QWERTY did, right? Especially we were thinking, how are they going to make it inside the circle? Especially with the situation that was in front of them. It was so difficult, right? But they still were very late inside the late to rotate. And this is what happens. Teams need to understand if you're taking the circle right at the very start, once the curveball hit, it's so difficult to escape. And that little strategy has not just been helping out QWERTY, but also did help out I8 to get that #3 in the previous game. But we'll talk about that and much more, but after this short little break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is PMPL again. The chaotic mess is what this has turned out to be, Bhavna, in the Pakistan region. For, of course, this is the aggressive teams area, and that is what they are showcasing again and again. But once again, welcome to the show. All thanks to Oppo F21 Pro. But along with that, Shadow, you were looking at the entire game. Did you anticipate QWERTY for a second chicken dinner for today? Right. Absolutely.
Sorry for the technical difficulty. It has been a trend in Pakistan region. Day number 2, Magnus and I8 got 2 chicken dinners, and this time it's Team QWERTY. So I think it's a trend when it comes to Pakistan region. But looking at the MVP, it is none other than Freestyle Zarbaf over there with 5 elimination and more than 900 damage.
Absolutely. And again, for FS, this day has come in like a surprise, I mean, for the fans, of course, is what I mean to say. It has come in like a perfect boon that was needed for the team as well, and they are picking up a lot of points. But again, I did mention this earlier when I was casting with Fixes, that just hope that this keeps on, the boon just keeps on favoring them throughout the day, and that's exactly what is happening with that. As we do have the MVP, let's have a look at the other players, the top players that were part of this game. Moving on to the second position, that was TmwEsports from BABLU with 5 eliminations of his own. But again, Qwerty, this team has taken the limelight today with the second chicken dinner in their favor, that too with 12 elimination points, Bhavna.
Even Team BABLU on day number 3, today they are performing phenomenally well as compared to day number 1 and day number 2. This time also they had good total points in their hands, and TmwEsports with 5 elimination, he's looking very good. But on the other side, from the side of Qwerty, Voltrix was always the guy as the savior for his teammate. But talking about the match ranking, the team on the top is definitely going to be Qwerty with 12 eliminations.
Absolutely. Following them, of course, is going to be, well, FS for now, based on how the points are structured. But again, BABLU was the team that walked away with that second position in the game itself. But based on, again, the points, we can clearly see placement points being 12 for BABLU. A perfect game is what this has turned out to be for BABLU, as well as FS, as well as Regicide as well. I mean, R3D, you talk about the comeback story from their side. It is definitely real. But let's just hope that the overall ranking keeps favoring them like this.
Even 3x also, this time 3x is also having a very good outing in this particular game. They were all already in top 6 or top 8 position in the overall leaderboard, but with this performance, maybe they can find themselves a little bit higher in the overall standings.
Absolutely, and that is required from 3x as well, because we saw ups and downs coming in from their side. But overall, the day is turning out to be a very different one compared to how the week started off, and that, I believe, is all factored down towards how the one-day break has resulted in all of these teams going back to that drawing board and understanding what went right, what went wrong, what needs to be changed, and understanding their opponents as well. And that is where we clearly see this drastic shift, where day number 1, we saw a few teams just bringing in those numbers based on how aggressive they were. But now the brain plays are being brought in, Qwerty taking in a lot of shots, FS, BABLU, they're all coming into the limelight. But this is just 3 games done. We still do have 2 more games remaining, but looking at the damage graph, wow, so many teams underperforming. H2E down south all the way, Grounders with 0. This needs to change. 52 Esports, Metershot, Magnus, yeah, this definitely needs to change. Unacceptable is what this is.
Definitely from North Esports, also North Esports day number 1, they got a chicken dinner for themselves. After that, they have been missing out a single game. They got 8 finish points for themselves. After that, they got an elimination. But in the overall ranking, the thing that has been consistent is the position of I8 Esports, right on the top with 177 points.
Again, it seems like, Bhavna, by the end of the day, we are going to be looking at this team of I8 walking away with 200 plus points, because 177 is what they're at. They still have the next 2 games they are going to be participating in. So a lot of points that can be accumulated from their side. But moving on towards page number 2, the teams that we anticipate to pick up the pace this time around now as we push on through are going to be a few of these ones. Now, TmwEsports is sitting on that 15th position. They have jumped up 2 positions for themselves, but the upcoming game, we are not going to be looking at Team Qwerty, Team Star, TmwEsports, as well as TUF. So the upcoming game, TMW is not going to be playing. That means it does provide an opportunity for H2E, Metershot, 52 Esports, and we shall see how things go. But with that, let's move on to the schedule and have a look at the next 2 games. Where and what map are they going to be played? Miramar is back-to-back.
Well, 2 Miramar, but Group B this time, they are sitting out, like you mentioned, TMW, Team Star, they are out of the equation. But talking about double chicken dinners, Qwerty already having 2. Do you think it's FS in the next map?
Freestyle in the upcoming map? I would rather want to focus on BABLU, because you see how BABLU has really been in the limelight in terms of how synergistic their performance has been, how they're making those rotations count. They are absolutely keeping a very keen eye as to how the opponent teams are doing. But along with that, let's have a look at the teams to watch out for, especially on the map of Miramar. Now, this is based on the 2-day stats that we do have of Miramar, because today, on day 3, Miramar has not yet been played. But at the same point of time, viewers, I'd also like to say that this day 3 is a stark difference to what the first 2 days were and how the teams were performing. So for me at least, Shadow, this stat right in front of me is meaningless because the way today teams are performing is very different in terms of the rotation, in terms of the drops. It is very different to how they did in the first 2 days.
Seems like we were on a break, but the teams and the analysts and the coaches were not on a break. They were doing their homework, and that is showing in the performance in the standings as well. But Quraysh Esports in the team to watch out for, we saw their name. But today, Quraysh Esports was completely missing. They were on the second page of the standings, if I'm not wrong. So I think this can be the game when Quraysh Esports might also see themselves on the first page of the standings by a good performance.
Okay, so would you like to confirm that as a team that could maybe walk away with the chicken dinner?
No.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. So what
No.
team do you think maybe could walk away with this chicken dinner?
I'll stick with FS, freestyle.
All
the
right,
synchrony
all right.
on the standings, na? QWERTY
Right,
getting
right,
2,
right.
FS getting 2.
That would be perfect. That would definitely be perfect. And it is definitely looking like they could be up there, taking away the limelight and walking away with that. But I'm going to stick with BABLU for this one on the upcoming Miramar and see if they are going to be able to walk away with the chicken dinner for themselves, because they are trying. They are definitely pushing their ladder as far and high as they possibly can. And right now, it's all about just keeping that momentum up from one game to the next. And that is what I hope BABLU is able to retain and sustain, because it's not just one, it's back-to-back Miramars. So they ought to be able to perform and be able to get that chicken dinner. If not this time, then the next one. But we shall find out, of course. But along with that, it is definitely turning into a very close battle in that overall ranking, especially on the second page. The first one is all over the place, with the I8 sitting on top with 177 points. So they're on a league of their own. But apart from that, the second page is still so close. There's still so many shuffling that can take place, because after all, viewers, keep in mind, we are focusing on the top 12 that will be participating in that bonus map that will be played on day number 5. That will be on Livik. That is going to be the key right now, Shadow.
Well, certainly. I would have picked Team Star since you were talking about the bottom teams, because last match in Erangel they were placed on the second position. But since they are sitting out, maybe this could have been their game, because after second position we have been seeing a trend. Before a chicken dinner, team gets a second position, then they get the morale boost and they go for the winner chicken dinner right after that. So maybe after this game, but right now, FS, please prove me correct.
Well, again, they are definitely on the high horse. They have been looking really good. The communication that they're bringing into the game as well has been on point. There's nothing being taken away from their side, and the best part in all of this is how meticulously they are planning. FS, how perfectly they're able to synchronize and then set up camp and then wait. And once the team start making those rotations, that's when FS comes into limelight. This game also we saw there were about 11 teams remaining, where we finally saw FS bring themselves up. There were 0 defeats, and then from there they pushed on against DOD's Triple Esports' compound, and from there they pushed on to get those numbers for them. And of course, that all turned out to them walking away with that, of course, third position, 19 points in total. So there is definitely a high chance for freestyle to walk away with a chicken dinner, but we shall find out in the next 30 to 40 minutes, because right now we do have the flight path on our screens. The players are all equipped and ready at the same point of time as we look at the flight path. Oh wow, a perfect dissection in half of this map of Miramar.
Well, the teams are going to be happy, because looks like PUBG gods are favoring all the teams. It's bisecting the map. That also means you can easily glide over to your favorite drop location. That itself is a very big advantage in this such a big size map of Miramar. Even if you want to go towards the side of Camp Miramar, you can easily glide. Los Leones, Valle de Mar, all the locations are easily accessible. You can para-drop, go for the loot, go for the best position inside the circle. It looks very easy on the pen and paper. You just have to hold on to the position, get the winner chicken dinner, 15 points, good elimination points, and you're right on the top 5 position in the overall standings. Let's see if his team is going to do that. But right now, the team that is going towards the northern side are going to the players of Team Metershot Sky, a team that has been completely missing out on day 1, day 2, and day 3 as well.
Un, dos, tres. Nothing working out for Metershot Sky as of now. A team that in the previous season walked away with 7th position, if I'm not mistaken, for themselves. This time around, looking a little lackluster, but once again, do not want to be too harsh because this is just day number 3 and week 1. But at the same point of time, this fix is mentioned so perfectly and beautifully. This is the intermission day. This is where the teams reach the center map. And now, if they're not able to perform by the end of the day today, then automatically they're only left with 2 days and 8 games. Now, in 8 games, how exactly are you going to be able to jump yourself in the top 12? Only time will tell. For now, of course, we do have TmwEsports Esports on our screens at the edge of the zone from the eastern side altogether. They do have, of course, Quraysh Esports, if I'm not mistaken, right in front of them. But we shall have to see if that will turn into a first blood situation or not, which is 2 minutes into the game. We know for a fact that, of course, this is the map of Miramar. So it does end up taking quite some time before we end up looking at a lot of fights and a lot of chaotic mess. But along with that, of course, do not forget that, viewers, you can also participate and predict and let us know right at PUBG Mobile Pakistan official page on YouTube. Vote the name of course, the team that you would want to see walk away with a chicken dinner. At the same time, the team that you think will be the champions will move into the top 6. That will, of course, qualify for SA Championship and also represent Pakistan.
Well, the chat can definitely predict. Well, my predictions are not coming true. Maybe the chat's prediction might come true. So go and support your favorite team. But talking about Team BABLU, yes, they have been running high on their horses. They have been having a fantastic day on day number 3 as compared to previous 2 days. So let's see what's going to happen, because right now they are inside the safety of the circle. They can loot around the area and hold on to the position, but they need to be a bit careful of the teams that might be coming from the northern western side of the map, especially from Montenegro. But on the other side, the major congestion or traffic is on the northern eastern side.
That is true. That is very, very true. But at the same point of time, this is one thing that always gets me on the map of Miramar. When you look at the map view itself, right, the map mode itself in game, the teams end up looking so close. But at the same point of time, this is the biggest map in the pool. So even though up from the top, it seems like the teams are close by in the vicinity, they are still so much further away. Like for now, I'm looking at Los Leones. We've got I8 who love to go there. That is their drop zone. At the same time, North Esports is also there, along with the H2E around in the vicinity. So 3 teams in Los Leones. They better be able to spot each other. But till now, there's been absolute silence. There's been no shots taken. There's been no background war that has absolutely been touched on upon at the sites of Los Leones, at least for now. At the same point of time, there are a few teams, as I was talking about it, we do have the map on our screens, and there we have it. North Esports, I8 as well as H2E. So very close, yet so far in that big city of Los Leones. But at the same point of time, we still do have a few of these teams who are so far out from the zone. We've got 52 Esports towards the ruins area from the northwestern side of the map. At the same point of time, from the northeastern side, we saw Metershot Sky make a long rotation to go towards, of course, campus start. So we'll have to see if that back-end approach will be able to help out 52 Esports or Metershot for that matter.
If they don't enter Chumakera, I think it will work out. All they have to do is go for the complete southern rotation and try to move inside the circle from the bridge area of that prison island. But my concerns are for all those teams that are trying to rotate from Torre Emuda, Campo Militar, El Hizar, because Magnus Esports is there, who are, we know for sure, who have high fragging capability. Team FS is also there. But look at the position of Drolin. He's so far away from his teammates. Yes, I understand in Miramar you have to scout the area, you have to gather as much information and intel onto your opponents. I think Drolin is kind of doing that exactly, but let's see when he is going to regroup with his teammates.
Again, that is a crucial keynote to actually bring up as well. Getting that first scouting and early scouting is what I meant to say, not first. Early scouting is what will actually end up favoring you and your teammates quite a lot. If you're already set up inside and know where your opponent team is going to be joining in and coming in from, then automatically those pre-angle shots can be set up, and that is where of course scouting becomes very, very crucial. But at the same point of time, it is a critical and a very risky job as well, because you're all out alone, out in the open, and if at all your drop has been contested, basically you will be fired upon, or maybe if nothing else, you lead your opponents back to your team positioning as well. So a very tricky play to make for the scout, but at the same point of time, a very crucial one in a team. At the same point of time, as we reach the 7-minute marker, we move on towards R3D, a team that for now are looking comfortable as they make that rotation towards the positioning of course, TFD for now. Far in the vicinity is going to be TFD. As they keep rotating through this area, it is going to be maybe a little bit of a skirmish between them, or maybe not. Well, again, for now, it's too early to say, because from the map view that I'm looking at, it seemed like they were close. But again, as we saw, for the side of the plays, R3D, they were so very far away. There's no fight to be made. Magnus, on the other hand, they are taking on shots. So they are maybe going to be able to convert that into a point, or not. Once again, this is what Miramar brings. At times, Pakistan region is going to be going ham and will be bringing in a lot of sprays and a lot of shots. At the same time, they are going to be absolutely quiet. For now, it is going to be Magnus once again in that elimination feed that we are looking at, taking on shots against the rotation that we were just looking at from the side of R3D. And it is being fired on upon. But there's only been one finish point for him. R3D definitely not looking good, because those close range shots, or I'm not sure exactly where those shots are taken. There we go. Finally we do have them on our screens, and it is going to be a fight for the contestation of the hill, where Magnus Esports are definitely looking very much up in the conversation to get this fight, and this perfect nade could be the end for R3D's player. And there we have it, Walker going all the way down to 20% HP, but sadly will still not be able to confirm that point for himself. The Blues have caught up to all these teams, but it seems like Magnus is determined. They are not wanting to let the side of R3D go. Faddy goes far, far away. The only player surviving goes out in the Blues to be able to survive for just a little bit longer. This is just the first Blues that they've been able to catch up to, so the Blues damage is not going to be much. Faddy can very well survive, but he's all out again, all by himself. So a very, very tough game is what R3D's Faddy will have to face this moment forth.
R3D, as compared to day 1 and day 2, they were finding themselves in a better spot today, with the very post match getting the second position, 12 placement points for themselves and 2 elimination points. They were kind of hopeful that they will make a jump in the leaderboard, but with this kind of a performance, with this kind of a start, I'll say, well, things are looking not so easy for them. In fact, they were not prepared for this fight. They were trying to move inside the circle when the players of Team Magnus Esports caught them off guard. Now, Faddy is a lone survivor, like you mentioned, but I remember yesterday it was Destroyer who was the only man standing from his team, who almost clutched it out, but then, well, falls to his own knock. But lucky to him, his teammates are nearby. Faster is going for the revival rescue, but somewhere else, Quraysh Esports, Rafe is trying to pick a few bullets on the side of the players of Team Triple Esports, who are going for the rotation, but somehow they survived. Not much damage has been dished out. Quraysh Esports still holding on to the position, but has given away their position.
Absolutely, and that in turn will definitely be inviting a lot of bloodbath right there in that spot. But at the same time, the compound is going to be the perfect factor that could help out Triple Esports on the other front. For Quraysh, they are far spread out thin. They've got three splits in fact going on, where 2 players of the team are going to be together, and the 2 individuals are all out for themselves. They're going to have to fend out for themselves, and the 2 players who are together are right here on our screens, where we do have, of course, Rafael. At the same time, Healthy from Metershot is going to be, of course, dropping down from his own vehicle, sadly, but hopefully his teammates are going to be around to give him that cover. At the same time, now Rafael with the mini is going to try and bring in a little bit of that rivalry spotting, but he better be careful. Right above, we can see is going to be I8 right behind him. A very tricky position that Quraysh Esports find themselves in.
Well, Quraysh Esports, they have the safety of the compounds as long as they are holding on to the compounds, not overexposing themselves, not coming out there in the open. I think they are in a safe spot because I8, well, this is one of the most aggressive team in the lobby. They are already on the top of the leaderboard. They have nothing to lose. But on the other side, Quraysh Esports, every single game is going to matter to them because they have been having their ups and downs. So let's see if Quraysh Esports decides to pick this fight or I8 is going to show up on their doorstep. But on the other side, Triple Esports, they were trying to shoot in the direction of Metershot Sky, who are going for the rotation, but Psycho has not been able to dish out any kind of a damage. But look at the position of IQ. From that height advantage, he can gather so much information onto the players of Team Quraysh Esports, who right now are in a 2v2 split.
Absolutely. I8 are spread all across Los Leones. They've got a lot of control. IQ definitely knows that the team of Quraysh is there. He's not making any noise. He just is retaining the information. And as this zone brings itself to another shift, I wonder if this is a bait. I honestly do think this could be a bait for the players and the teams to go all the way down towards Los Leones, get into a fight, and then the zone just makes a curveball shift towards the north. That is what I'm anticipating right now, because that's what PUBG gods love to do against these teams. But let's see if that'll be the case or not. But if not, we do have, of course, I8 looking very comfortable in, of course, Los Leones. Alongside them is going to be the Grounders, as well as R3G as well. And there we have it, a north shift coming in from the zone, taking these teams towards a curveball. But that curveball definitely is going to be able to help out the positioning and players of Triple Esports, who find themselves pretty much in the center, but a little spread out there, the team in purple.
In fact, yes, Triple Esports are in a good position, but also the players of team Quantum Rage are also in a good position. They have the complete control of the area of Minas, especially the western side of Minas, but that is exactly where from the players of team Faulty Devils are also trying to rotate in. As long as Quantum Rage are careful, I think they can hold on to this position and grab good placement points for themselves. But the team that is taking a very late rotation are the players of Team 52, but somewhere else, I8 goes from that height advantage, takes the players of Team Regicide, and with that vehicle explosion, gets a confirmation as well. That means Regicide is surviving as a 3-member squad, but on the other side, R3D, single player, he's still surviving, carrying the flag of his team, going for the placement point, but somewhere else. Grounders are also looking very aggressive as Black finds a confirmation onto the players of Team Regicide.
Absolutely right there. The fight that was taking place from the side of the Grounders definitely looked very much in control, or rather went out of control as well, because we do see Evil Boy down. He's been knocked thanks to his own grenade, actually, which is, of course, just an error in the matrix right there from his side, but definitely he's going to be sorted out from his teammate. And of course, the 3-man army of the Grounders is going to live to fight another battle. For now, we all are looking at all the 16 teams still surviving, but for how long? Because this is the third zone. 14-minute marker is where we have reached in this fourth game of the day, where these teams are playing it safe, but at the same point of time, now where the zone has shifted towards the northern side, northeastern side of Los Leones, it is going to be all out in the open. Of course, the ridges and the mountains are going to be very much places that need to be contested. And of course, along with that, we have the team that has been able to accumulate back-to-back perfect plays. And we'll have to see if this sort of a play style is going to be able to work out for this team or not. For now, TFD against the players of FS on our screens. TFD, they definitely do know that FS is right around the vicinity, but at the same time, they are keeping it quiet. They're keeping it steady. No one wants to over-aggress. Now, that is a word right there, over-aggression. That is being controlled beautifully this time around from Pakistan region.
But look at the position of Zarbaf. He's right on the rooftop in the adjacent compound. We have the players of Team BABLU as well. Even if the Zarbaf gets taken down, there is a possibility that he can be saved, he can be rescued. But can't say the same thing for the players of Faulty Devils, because they are out there in the open. The minute they are going to make their presence known, Team BABLU will also spot them down. That is exactly when the trouble begins. But right now, the player of Metershot X Sky, Ash, he's right all alone in that compound, and 52 Esports is showing right on his doorstep. He's trying to make an escape, but can he make an escape? That's the main question. But somewhere else, cover fire is being provided as Khaleesi takes on one of the player. Now Ash is cooking up a grenade. Can he lob it to the perfection? That's the main question.
Well, he definitely tried to do so, Ash. His nade is not going to be able to connect because that was outside. If it had been inside in this corridor, so many players could have been damaged from the side of 52 Esports. Now, grenade is going to be lobbed in, but at a similar time, he does not have his weapon. He's gone down to 20% HP. There's no way he's going to be able to walk out of this situation, but it seems like the nade did its trick along with his teammate helping out from the back. As Metershot Sky's Khatir brings that action-packed performance with his UMP in his hand, and that in turn is bringing in a lot of damage to the aggression that was, or rather over-aggression that was showcased from the side of Metershot, but just in time, because Metershot, they knew what they were up to, and they had that synergistic play that was being showcased, and all in all, they still do have all 4 players surviving as they back out of this fight, at least for now. But Pharaoh has all the opportunity to take on the shot, but definitely not going to be allowed, it seems like, because Metershot, they are wanting to get the points. They are very hungry to do so. It seems like one of the players from their side, Ash, has been going down. Ash MVP has not yet been eliminated, so there is still going to be a possibility for him to get that revival, and that's exactly what the players of Metershot Sky are going to be able to do. On the other end, though, it is a tough luck situation. As one fight, we move on to the next. It is going to be Quraysh Esports against the players of Triple Esports. For now, Sardarji is going to try. Yes, there we have it. The perfect smoke is what he's going to try. And of course, if he had that nade, yeah, there we go. He's got a stun as well, but the nade is going to be perfection played against the players of Triple Esports, where they are just being burnt alive as of now, and they're left with just one man who's going to be Hunter right up front. The man who got the first elimination in this game is going to be left out all by his lonesome to take on these hungry lads from Quraysh Esports. Rafael all out in the open with his Carl. That's just a bit too aggressive, mate. With the AKM, definitely Hunter can bring down one little shot, but it seems that's just not going to be allowed.
Fast, and Hasni is already closing in the distance, but he's being careful as the shots are being fired from multiple directions. Hunter with that AKM, can he pull off a clutch? Can he save his team for few more placement points? And the answer is no, as Jaguar is going to put the final bullet in his head, and with that, Triple Esports has been eliminated at 13th position. But Team Quraysh Esports, they're looking good. They have good defeat points in their hands, but somewhere else, Team FS also gets eliminated because of the block of Team Quantum Raid. And if I'm not wrong, there was a vehicle explosion also. Because of the play zone, Cairo of TFD has been taken down. So many fights are happening. 3x Esports are also sharing the same compound with the players of Team H2E, and Tyrant is trying to stop the players of H2E from making that push. But Kratos, with the perfect angle and perfect position, is trying to shoot in the direction of the players out there in the open. Can he stop the rush coming from the side of H2E? Let's see if he can.
Well. This is a chaotic game. 10 teams do remain. 19 minutes into this entire saga. 3x against the players of H2E. Is that? Yep, there we go. Is going to be, of course, the players of H2E. Now, H2E, we were talking about it earlier. The team that has been sitting at the lower half of that leaderboard need to get a lot many more points. Jaideep for the UMP is going to try his level best to be able to get on that spray, but 3x is just a little too confident to be able to, not allowing that opportunity. And a perfect, actually, the placement itself was so beautifully done, where he was right behind the cover of that vehicle at the other front. Of course, his opponent was all out in the open. Now, 3x, that is the kind of mind play that needs to be, or it's not even mind play, it's a class 101. If you're going to be going out against your opponent who's already in a compound, then you need to have a cover. If nothing else, create a smoke wall. And none of that was being showcased from the side of H2E, and that is what 3x utilized to perfection for themselves as they bring in the shots against H2E's player. Once again, H2E's one final player is left. That's going to be Kian, and that zooming in from Mary. Will that deliver any massive blows? Yep, the punches has been thrown, and those nades, those leads have definitely connected their shot. Just a little HP, 10% HP left. If it's all 3x's player could go outside and throw one nade or one Molotov, and that would be the end of the players. But at the same time, we are left with 9 teams remaining. A very, very fun match is what this has turned out to be, all thanks to how the zone has played out.
Well, the zone, it's always ruins the game of so many teams. But right now, at Esports, they have to make it inside the circle. How they are going to transition that's the main question. Not Esports out there in the open. And Team Wolf with that grenade finds Sanhok onto the plus of Team Northern Esports. And Usm is the one who is going to steal all glory and the thunder if he gets confirmation as well. But other team that has been eliminated are going to be Grounder and IQ finds a knock onto Teen Wolf as well. Not Esports, Team BABLU, they are right in the crosshairs of the players of Team I Esports, but I also needs to make sure it's the sixth circle that might be closing in any minute, and they need to prioritize the circle, respect the circle, and Ghost finds a knock onto Teen Wolf as well. Team BABLU, they are pinned down beside that haystack area. Team North Esports out there in the open, having no cover at all, and Uz finds another knock onto Zameen, gets a confirmation as well.
Absolutely, as we are left with 7 teams, I8 just all out on the chaotic run as they bring down the players of North Esports one by one. Ghost just bringing in a lot of damage all by his lonesome. He's going to be absolutely annihilating the play that was being made from North Esports. 5 teams remain, 16 players in total. Along with that, I8, there is absolutely no team that can stand up to the wrath that they bring to the table. BABLU is still part of this entire saga, but Dani, he's the only one-man army. As soon as the screen is brought up to him, there goes BABLU, and that is going to be the end of their side, getting eliminated on the 5th position with 4 points to their name. 4 teams remain. Magnus Esports is still part of this entire squad, where indeed 9 defeats points have been confirmed for themselves. And what a perfect spray that was through a small little slit in that shack of the window, shack's window, and there we have it. Quraysh also getting damaged majorly and heavily from the side of Magnus. It seems like Magnus and I8 are the 2 teams who are going to try and bring this game all to their lonesome, but of course not before Quraysh has something to say.
Well, Quraysh Esports, Hasmi is already still bleeding, but there is no time, there is no chance to go for the rescues, to go for the race, as Magnus Esports is already showing on their doorstep, and Sardarji with that grenade, can he find an opening he's looking for? That's the main question, but I don't think Jaguar can still go for the revival, and he's going for it, prioritizing the rescue, and Magnus Esports, they want this compound. This compound is inside the circle. They know it's a golden potential position for a winner chicken dinner, and if they manage to eliminate players of Quraysh Esports, they can head for that 15 placement points. But faster deploying those smokes, going for the flank angle, so is finisher checking out the flank angle that might be coming from Sardarji. But I is also doing a third party chiming in, and can they take down faster? I think they can.
Oh, they definitely can. The momentum with which I just pushed right now, they were just so ready. And of course, with that, they've started spraying on the positioning of Magnus. They clearly do know that through that smoke, there is going to be one of those teams. Thankfully, Magnus had that VIP vehicle that was able to keep them in check of all the lead that was being sprayed on upon against the players at the same side. I8's momentum, that is something that they still are going to have to deal with. For now, the push has been drawn out thin from I8 as Magnus just completely rewrite how they want to be taking this fight. But at the same time, we cannot forget that Quantum Rage still have their players. Quantum Rage, with all 4 players still surviving, have been very, very quiet. We saw Quraysh Esports make a little bit of noise against the players of as they pushed on against Magnus, but right now, all of it boils down to how Quantum Rage will participate in this. The X factor can be all in favor of Quantum Rage for now. The team in yellow falling in from the back lines. Now I8, they very well can be sandwiched. They are taking on the compound against Quraysh Esports. That perfect nade from Ghost is going to be annihilating one of the players from, of course, Quraysh. But will that be enough? Because I8 do not know that Quantum Rage are right behind, taken on the exact same trajectory that I8 pushed on into this compound through.
Well, all the 4 teams are sharing the same compound, and I8 is looking very strong as they take down the players of Quraysh Esports one after another, and Jaguar is the last man standing. He has been eliminated. That means Quraysh Esports will bye-bye. Now 3 teams still fighting amongst each other in the medieval compound, and Goku makes a mistake of coming out in the open, and Magnus Esports then takes him down. But I think rescue is still a possibility. Revival might come in, and Faster still holding on to his position, blowing few good smokes out there, but Blades finds a knock onto finisher.
Well, this is still anybody's game for the taking right now, because we still do have I8's all 4 players. Nades are being thrown in from all across the board. Quantum Rage Spark with the AKM threw a nade, but then fell out back because he was not able to confirm that into a point for himself. Not a knock as well, so therefore that angle did not favor him. On the other front now, Quantum Rage players, they did bring themselves through a very good position, but at the same time have not been able to capitalize on that exact same push. On the other front, Magnus just a couple of minutes ago were looking very much in contestation to walk away with the chicken dinner. As soon as I8 dropped into this compound and area, it seems like that is not going to be the case, as Magnus, another player, goes down faster. The man who's going to have to be very quick with his, of course, fingers to be able to prey on the players of I8 as well as Quantum Rage simultaneously, whereas Quantum Rage Spark just keeping this angle strong, just not allowing I8's player Ghost and Uzum to be able to get themselves out of that small little compound that they are in. But it seems like Uzum going to be able to run for it, and as he does so, one of his teammates, that's going to be Blade, at the backlines, is going to be falling down to his knees again. The numbers advantage that we were talking about has been stolen away from I8, and now Quantum Rage, the nade parade that they're bringing in, could definitely factor this game going into their favor. And there we have it. It is a 2v2v4 situation, all in favor of Quantum Rage.
Well, Quantum Rage, they came in and they are shooting every single direction, taking down the player. Serious with that Molotov finds a knock onto Ghost over there, and his teammate Spark is going to get the confirmation as well. They all have to do is deal with the two remaining players of Team Magnus Esports, but faster from that far away angle is trying to shoot in the direction of one of the player of Quantum Rage, but fails to make any kind of damage towards his side. But I think he can take down Serious over there, but Serious survived with at least, I think, 10 HP over there. But now Faster also goes down, courtesy to Goku over there. I think Finisher is the last man standing. A 1v4 situation. He can't do much. He was out there in the open, and he also gets taken down. That means Quantum Rage is taking this winner chicken dinner with 14 elimination points.
14 defeat points with 15 chicken dinner winner points, pushing themselves all the way to 5th ranking. This team of Quantum Rage, what a play they have made in the previous 2 days is what I'm going to say. Day 2 and day 3 overall is where things have definitely gone, again, a complete different turnaround from their side. But again, all in all, this is what Quantum Rage and the team had to offer. They stole this entire chicken dinner away from Magnus, away from I8, and a perfect synergistic play is what was showcased from their side. Now let's just hope that this final game of Miramar takes a entire different area and an entirely different team walking away with that perfect performance. But for now, of course, it is Quantum Rage. With that, we're going on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan region where we are joined in for this fall, and this time around it is turning into, well, this is just day number 3, of course. We've got 4 games done, but what a chaotic mess this entire league has been till now, where indeed the expectations are being met at the same point of time. Every single time, Shadow, the teams come in through a different day and they just raise that bar much higher and then much higher and then much higher. So the expectations for me now are all over the board. But again, what do you have to say for this previous Miramar game?
Well, it was all about that compound, that concrete compound that Quraysh Esports were holding on to. They were like, we were the first ones to come into the place, and we were thrashed out. Out. Magnus tried to contest him. This was the first team that went for the contestation, and it was Quantum Rage coming out of the blue, taking all the glory from the hands of Quraysh Esports, Magnus Esports, I8 Esports, and getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Absolutely. That was a steal. That was a steal indeed, definitely from the side of this team. But hey, you know what? In the background, anything works. It is not about how the rules are laid out, how exactly are you supposed to fight. In the end, it's about the chicken dinner. And the chicken dinner winner is the team that will be awarded with 15 points. And that's exactly what was done. Along with that, of course, 14 elimination point is also what Quantum Rage were able to accumulate. So not just an easy steal is what it was. But along with that, talking about the MVP right now, Shadow, we've got Magnus's finisher. Now, again, Magnus Esports, another team that was looking very much in contestation to get this game for themselves, but just shying out on that second position this time around.
Able to take the control. Had they got few more seconds in their hands, maybe they could have gotten a winner in chicken dinner, because they were out there in the open when all the third and fourth parties started happening. But talking about the players, top 5 players, we have Sirius also with 4 eliminations. Then we have Blade of IAT Esports with 4 eliminations. Senior is also there. Ghost is also there. IAT Esports players, although they never, it doesn't matter, they are getting winner in chicken dinner or not, they're always going to be in top 5.
Absolutely, they always are. There's no two ways about it. I mean, no matter how we look at how this team plays, in the end, they are getting a lot of things that are working in this team's favor. And what should you say? You know, you look at the overall, all right, we'll talk about it when the overall storyboard comes up. Right now, let's talk about the match ranking itself, where Quantum Rage, with the 14 elimination, along with, of course, the 15 points placement in the chicken dinner, walk away with 29 points in total. But I8, just right up there with 22 points. This team is definitely going to be converting their points to 200 plus easily today.
Even Quraysh Esports, they've ended things yesterday on a good note. This time also they're having a good performance in the map of Miramar. But moving forward, let's see how things turned out. Well, Team 3X, the aggression was never stopping. The fights were never stopping. One after another, we were witnessing so many fights.
True, that is the case. But again, this is where I will also say that, you know, the teams have also taken a slow pace into the map of Miramar. It isn't like just day 1 and day 2 where they jump into the map of Miramar and they are bringing it all out chaotic mess at the start itself. They are taking it slow, they are taking their pace, and that is what is lovely to witness as well from the side of these teams. But along with that, of course, as we looked at the final moments, Quantum Rage, they came in like a storm right there, and what a perfect conversion that was from Quantum Rage, because nobody expected, nor Magnus nor I8, nobody would have anticipated this team to come in from there with 4 numbers advantage is what this team had. And Quantum Rage, yeah, there was nothing that could have stopped them from that chicken dinner. With that, let's also have a look at the damage draft, where the Manhattan Towers this time around, well, yeah, let's bring it down to Seattle Towers actually, because there's only 2 teams who've really, or 3 let's say, who've done really phenomenally well. Of course, the team that walked away with the chicken dinner, Quantum Rage, with 2,298 damage, along with I8, who's always going to be there, 2,700 plus damage, and then 1,777 coming in from Magnus. But apart from that, teams were part of fights, but sadly, just not that many.
Certainly. In fact, IAT Esports, the way they transitioned themselves inside the circle, eliminating Team BABLU and North Esports at the same time, that was quite impressive. But talking about the overall ranking, well, IAT Esports, just 1 point short from 200, just 1 point.
One game still remains.
Yeah.
One game still remains. So that 1 point is all they need. Well, again, I'm talking about that's going to be like the penultimate thing that they need to do in week number 1, because after all, when we move on to week 2, all these points are still going to go down to 0, and the bonus points is what will remain. But right now, looking at the first page itself, Quantum Rage pushing 3 positions high on to the 5th position right there with 107 points. Right now, as we move towards page number 2, page number 2 will dictate how big a jump have these teams made. Quraysh Esports, there they are on the 14th position, slowly but surely climbing up. Now, keeping in mind, viewers, the top 12 position is the majority of the fight is for, because the top 12 will qualify for day number 5's 6th game. That will be played on Livik, and that is where the teams will walk away with bonus points that will factor into the finals, the grand finals that the teams will be playing. But right now, as we do have 20 teams, only 16 teams will participate in that grand final. So the journey starts right here in week 1 itself, from day 5 onwards. And right now, as we do have one final game to go through, it is once again going to be taking us through the map of Miramar once again. So we've already seen QWERTY walk away with 2 chicken dinners for themselves. Could FS, maybe Bhavna, walk away with a chicken dinner this time around on Miramar? Hold on, let me confirm if they are playing first.
Yeah, I think they can. They are playing. Yeah, they can. But I think we have to give it to IAT Esports, because every single day they have been getting a chicken dinner, and this is the first day they have not gotten at all. So maybe they will be looking forward to it.
That is a big possibility, of course. I mean, nothing taken away from that. At the same point in time, I mean, yes, I8, they ought to be able to do so. But at the same time, what I was going to say was this day 3, it is just so different from how things have been taking place from day 1 to day 2. Quantum Rage, the way they've been placing themselves in perfect positions, right? It is brilliant to be able to see something like that. But again, it brings us down to that prediction question. What team will you pick? Final decision. Let the producers know.
I8 Esports. Yeah.
All right, I8 Esports is going to be confirmed from your side. I would have loved to have seen the Grounders perform today, but sadly they're only playing with a 3-man army. Hopefully Shaptar is going to be back again tomorrow. So for my prediction this time around, I want to be going with the likes of Team QWERTY, because we know for a fact Group A is not playing. That means BABLU is not going to be participating. I want to be going with QWERTY, and let's see how QWERTY performs in this final game on the map of Miramar, if they're going to be able to walk away with that chicken dinner, if they'll be allowed to do so or not. On the other front, of course, Shadow, as you said, it is going to be very clear from your side. Are you sure you do not want to change? Because the producer's asking me, are you sure, Bhavna? Or can there be a change in your prediction?
Maybe the production is hinting I8 is not getting a chicken dinner because I am jinxing it. So he's saying, pick other team. Let them get a winner chicken dinner. So, okay. Okay,
no,
I'll stick
let's
with
not.
I8.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
There will be no change in that pressure point, right? You said I8, do not second guess yourself, because that's what we're looking at from Metershot Sky, from so many other teams who are participating. But then as soon as those fights start taking place, I've noticed a couple of these teams, they start second guessing themselves, and that is something that needs to change. But hopefully, at the same bit of time, our predictions comes in true. Well, mine hopefully does, and hopefully the same for you. But at the same time, viewers, do not forget that you can also participate and let us know as to what team do you think should be able to walk away with a chicken dinner. Of course, just vote space, the name of the team is all you need to do in the chat itself, and let us know, along with, of course, the heart spamming that should keep going on as you support your lovely teams, because they are bringing in a lot of aggression right here. A lot of synergistic plays are being showcased. At the same time, they are improving, right, Bhavna? From day 1 that we casted to now, the same exact teams that we're casting, they're learning so drastically with every single game.
Well, certainly they are calculated rushes and push. They are picking up the good fights, avoiding the bad fights. That is why we are witnessing that 11-minute mark in Miramar and not a single bullet has been fired. On day number 2, you were right there. So I think mature gameplays are coming in. The teams are realizing that the need to be in top 12 is certainly there if you want to earn those bonus points, which are going to help you in the long run, because these points will be back to 0 on week 2. So bonus points should be your target. Maintain the consistency, and day number 3 is the day when you have to start making the comebacks, because on day 4 and day 5 it's very difficult.
Absolutely. And again, as Bhavna did just mention, Shadow did just mention, that when it comes down to those bonus points, the only way these teams are going to be able to participate is to be able to play Livik map, which will be played on day number 5. Jo hoega parson, of course. This is day number 3. 1 day later, they will be playing on day number 5. And that too, after the 5 games are done, only the top 12 teams will participate in that 6th game. An extra game will be played. That will be on the map of Livik, where top 12 teams will participate, and whatever the result is, that will be their bonus point. So then there they need to actually bring in that perfect synergistic play, and the best of the best team qualify, because that is the perfect boost that they'll get to start the grand finals with. As soon as the grand finals start, if you've already participated in one of these Livik maps and you are part of the grand final and you completed that with a chicken dinner, you already start off with 10 to 20 points for yourself in terms of the bonus points that you will have. We will clear that as we play the Livik map, but right now we're only on day number 3, still waiting. The pilots, it seems like there's a little bit of an argument that has taken place between the cabin crew and the pilots, so therefore the players are just holding on steady on the runway, but just a little bit more, and of course we are going to be flying out. Now another thing I want to bring up, Bhavna, I was listening to you and Fixes cast, and you guys were waiting for the flight to take place, and Fixes asked you a very interesting question. Would you trust him with his life? And both, or rather he started the conversation saying that I'm the driver, and I was thinking, mate, the plane's going to fly. So you're going to fly the plane, or you're going to be driving the plane? And both of you are like, no, you're the better driver. And I really want to clear this out. Are you guys driving the plane, or are you actually planning on flying the plane? Because it seems like our pilots for this final game, they are driving it to Miramar, and therefore it's taken this long.
that itself proves you don't want to be inside that plane which we are driving because we don't know the plane needs to be fly. You can't drive it, so you better not be inside that plane.
True that. But sadly, our players definitely are stuck in there, and that's the reason why we are, of course, viewers, taking a little bit more time to get this flight path set up and take you through this final game of Miramar. At the same point of time, actually, it does provide with the teams and the position and the rotation that these teams are making. It does provide them with a second opportunity, right, to be able to look at how the rotations are being made. Because Metershot Sky, from one thing that we've noticed from the start of day number 1 itself, they're taking very extreme corners, right? On Miramar also, we've seen them go all the way either towards the prison island or go majorly towards the ruins area, which really has not been favoring them. That late rotation that they participate in, it's just not factoring in. What do you got to say about that?
Same is true for the players of 52 Esports, the champions, the top teams of the spring season.
Exactly.
This time they are taking things so slow. This is not their game style. In fact, Team BABLU was also trying to do the same on the initial stage of the season, but later on they changed the gameplay, and now when they're adapting, when they're back to their own, they're doing so good. I think that is exactly what the players of Team 52 Esports and Metershot Sky needs to do. Do your basic gameplay, play your basic gameplay. You are the aggressive team. You are not a ship that needs to be placed safe on the harbor. You're out there. You need to be out there.
So true. That's the reason why I was saying that, teams like Metershot 52, they're taking second guesses on their own strategies. And that is what I noticed from that entire fiasco that has taken place in terms of, all right, it's just been 2 days. The viewers in the chat might also mention that this is day number 3. We can give them some slack. Yes, we definitely can. Tomorrow is another day. Day after tomorrow will still be another day. But if you start already letting go of that opportunity, then you're looking at a competition sitting on the first position is going to be I8 with 199 points. That is in the same lobby with the same number of matches that you have played. So the competition is so different and so stark that the teams really need to cope up and catch up, because 6 teams are going to be moving ahead from here in the SA Championship itself to represent Pakistan. Now, we know they're going to be the best of the best, but we, of course, are still hoping that from this day onwards itself, the teams start taking it that much more seriously. At the same point in time, just a few minutes more, just a few seconds more, and we will be in that flight, and we are going to be looking at where exactly is this flight path going to be taking place. Now, talking about the zone, Shadow, what zone do you prefer the most when it comes to the map of Miramar?
Oasis. I love the Oasis right in the epicenter, the final circle around the Oasis, because that is an area of Miramar which is not people are aware of, because no one likes dropping in the Oasis or play around the Oasis. So that makes things a little bit difficult for all the teams out there. So that's kind of interesting to see.
Well, you say Oasis, I love the western northwestern side towards ruins. Now, very rarely, I mean, throughout the years that I've been casting and looking at these games, only twice have I looked at the zone go towards the western fronts, towards the ghats of the western front, and once towards the northwestern side of ruins. So yeah, these are the kind of zones that don't usually take place, because it's just so out of the blue and there's nothing there. So no team is even anticipated to make that sort of a rotation. But at the same time, I mean, yeah, we need those sort of zones now. We need some sort of chaotic mess from the PUBG gods to be thrown at all these teams. That, all right, you've seen all the basic ones. You've seen how we shift and move from one area to the other. But now how about these extremes, right? Going all the way down to the prison island, going all the way north towards Oasis or towards west ruins. Yeah, that's the kind of play that we would want to be seeing. But at the same time, majority of the times, in fact, what we end up noticing is the flight path dissecting the map pretty much in half, or one-sided approach, where then the zone will throw a curveball on the other side. Yeah, I just hope that now, this time around, the zone plays a little bit of a curveball with these players, because this is going to be the final game of the day. And like I said, just a few more seconds, and we are going to be jumping in along with that. The flight path going to be on our screens, and there we have it. Match number 15. The flight path going to be dissecting the map in equal halves once again. Shadow.
I doubt, Laksha, we are going to see any of the extreme weird circles in Pakistan region, because PUBG gods, they definitely love the Pakistani teams. That's why we see such an even circle, even flight path. They don't want to give any sort of trouble to the teams, because they know the teams are so aggressive, then invite trouble for themselves. There is no need to give extra trouble to any of the teams.
That is so true. That is so true. You see, PUBG gods have already realized that, you know what? These teams, they are so much of trouble as soon as they jump on the map, no matter what map it is. There's no point in giving them a curveball because by the time they reach the zone, there'll only be 2 teams surviving. So they love to take on those early fights, and that's what we've seen from the side of Pakistan region till now. But fall onwards, I'm seeing a shift. This fall season onwards, I'm seeing a shift. The teams are taking their precious time to understand what the lobby is, what teams they're playing up against, and how the approach is changing in terms of how they are playing the entirety of the saga. But with that, we of course are going to be now talking about teams, some early contestations that can be seen, as we do have Triple Esports along with North Esports very close into the vicinity at the edges of Los Leones. But talking about the center still favoring I8. We still do have FS in the flight right now, but going towards, of course, Minas Generalis, it seems like, and that is where once again they will find the center. So very comfortable position for at least these 2 to 3 teams for now. And the extremes, once again, we do have Metershot X's name to bring up as they go towards Campo Militar.
High time Meteorshot Sky needs to have a dynamic drop location in the map of Miramar as well. Yes, it's not one of those extreme circle that is favoring highly on the southern side. They can easily rotate inside the circle, but it's good to have a dynamic drop location like Team BABLU is having. But I8 Esports is also very stubborn when it comes to drop location. Always they have to go towards the side of Los Leones. And this time also they are heading in Los Leones, but now the player of TmW is already trying to transition himself around the center of the circle all by himself. Is that a good decision or not? I don't know. Time will tell. Right now, he's scouting the area.
Absolutely, he definitely is. And again, I mean, TmW, we can talk about TmW in like a very clear tone, I think. TmW need points. This sort of a play is exactly what they need to do to figure out what will be the best spot. And thankfully for Reaper from TmW, there is no team around in the vicinity. He's got so much of area to cover, and he can definitely allow his teammates and let them know as well that, all right, mates, this area is absolutely clear. How about we set camp over here? Because they need those sort of points. They need those sort of cheeky plays. That is exactly what they need to be able to convert themselves, push themselves in the overall ranking. But right now, we still have so many teams outside the zone as well, because the last game winners, Quantum Rage, we can see they are making their way towards, of course, Cruz Generales and Torrema. They're in between over there. At the same point in time, as we were mentioning, towards the Los Leones, we've got North Esports and I8, but at the same point in time, a 2-man split being showcased from the side of Triple Esports, and above them is going to be Quraysh. There we have them on our screens, Sardarji, Jaguar, as well as Hansi, getting their loot acclimated for themselves. No worries at all, because there's no team in the vicinity to trouble them. At the same point of time, another X-Factor team is going to be H2E, a team that did decently well in the previous season. Well, they are falling down. They are definitely falling down. And this time around, they find themselves at the prison island all by their lonesome.
They are way too spread out, but it's a good thing. Like you also mentioned, for TmW, H2E is also lucky in terms of the fact that there is no team in the close vicinity, so they can loot around the area as long as they are taking the southern bridge, entering towards the southern side of Los Leones. I think they will find a free pathway inside the safety of the circle. But R3D Esports, last Miramar, they were taken out pretty early during mid-rotation inside the game, but this time they are trying to hold on to the periphery of the circle. Let's see if that is going to favor them. In fact, North Esports, the way they were taken out by the players of I8 Esports, they were out there in the open, taking fight with the players of Team BABLU. Well, they are also looking for redemption right now.
They definitely are. And North Esports, they definitely have the caliber as well.
Yeah.
They have the caliber to be able to convert those sort of points for themselves. They just need to have a good rotation. That is the must and key for North Esports. Once they do that done right, it is definitely working in their favor, and they are walking away with decent points for themselves. But of course, for now, the crucial thing still remains. That rotation needs to be made in time, and of course, flawlessly, without any team bringing in any damage to their players or vests or any of their, of course, kits. But along with that, as we look at the first few minutes of the game itself, once again, we are looking at the Grounders playing with just a 3-man army, as was discussed earlier. Therefore, viewers, you're looking at 63 players in total, all 16 teams still surviving with no losses taken. So no elimination or first blood has been showcased on the map as of yet. alongside all of that, we are of course still waiting to see how this entire saga is going to be turning out, because as we progress along in the next 4 to 5 minutes, we're going to be looking at how the zone is going to be, if at all it will shift, or where the curveball will be thrown from the zone itself. For now, it is a big area. Teams have a lot of time. The map itself, we know, is the largest in the pool of maps for PUBG. So the teams have a lot of time for now, 4 to 5 minutes easily, to make those sort of rotations. But we can see a lot of movement happening on this map as of now, as FS going to be spread out, but very much in control of the entire northern area of the zone. Along with that, towards the southern side, we do have 3 to 4 teams, and now TUF is also joining in from Chimasera. So this could be tricky, as does R3G and TmwEsports players. Well, they are holding steady, which is a good decision from them.
Esports, they have committed themselves to the city of Los Leones. They didn't go for the early rotation. In fact, there was no need. But the way teams are converging to the outskirts of Los Leones, the minute the circle is going to betray them, coming out of Los Leones is going to be a bit troublesome for the players of Esports, especially for the players of North Esports as well, because they are right now on the southern side of Los Leones. But the team that is going finding free pathway are the players of Metershot X Sky. They are heading from the side of El Hazar, a clear pathway, but two teams might head up against each other. That is QWERTY and Freestyle.
There is definitely a possibility for QWERTY to make a limelight right there against FS, but will that be enough for them? Will that be allowed also or not? All the other front is going to be being knocked upon from the side of the spray of Edgar, and just like that. Not entirely sure what Knock was doing right there next to the vehicle on the ground. I mean, in the first place, what exactly was he doing? I really want to be able to answer that question, but I have absolutely no idea. There's no shack. There's absolutely nothing over there. Honestly, Shadow, what do you think was he doing lying on the ground? He saw him lying on the ground, right? Right next to his vehicle?
Why there is no cover fire being provided by his teammates over there? Because Edgar, he's out there in the open. For so long, he was just proning in the open. If there was any bit of cover fire, Edgar would have been taken down pretty easily. But right now, Regicide, they need to make their move. Smokes were deployed, and Thor is already shooting relentlessly in their direction, and finally finds a knock onto Nocto over there. I think he's looking for confirmation, but his teammates, Nocto's teammates, might come in for a revival.
Oh, what a skill this is turning out to be right here. Such a long spread, far out spray this is turning out to be on the other front, and it seems like Quantum Rage also taking on shots. TUF's Virus also bringing himself known, and Team Star is going to be in the limelight as Quantum Rage takes on those sprays against the players of Star, where Star's God Fury is down and another of his teammates is also down up on the hill on towards our left hand side. So very tough position that Team Star is in. At the same point of time, Quantum Rage pushes on. Goku, does he know where that final player is? He has no idea. It's going to be right about behind him, but thankfully his teammate was right there. Spark is going to be absolutely helping out, and there we go. Team Star being the first team to get eliminated, and sadly they were not able to even get a single finish point, never mind a finish point, damage towards the players as well. So Team Star goes down at 16th position. With that, the zone has also shifted onto itself, making itself known and the presence felt towards Los Leones. Now the city of Los Leones is going to get pretty busy. A lot of teams are making their rotations, and of course from the prison island we see H2E. From the western side we've got TFD. From south we already do know North Esports and I8 were already there at the Los Leones city. But now, where are these new teams going to go? Because the compounds, there are so many. All the teams can definitely get themselves into one free compound easily. But will they be allowed to? Because of course, the few teams who were there at Los Leones City earlier will definitely be just holding on steady to bring on sprays and bring on points. Easy picking is what it's going to turn out to be for them.
Well, certainly, but talking about the team that is up on our screen, TUF, day number 1, they were on the 2nd position by the end of day number 1. But after that, they have been taking a downfall in the leaderboard. Let's see if they can again pull off such a performance they did on day number 1 and propel themselves in the leaderboard. Right now, they have the state of the compounds. They are trying to gather as much information as much possible. Somewhere in the close combat or the fights they pick up, they tend to lose them. But Regicide also, they lost one of the players. 3 players still inside. They still have them with themselves. That means they are looking good, pretty decent, I would say.
Absolutely, they definitely are. For now, as we do have Regicide on our screens with a scar in his hand, the perfect compound helping him out. He's going to be at the edge of the zone, rather the entirety of the team of Regicide is going to be at the edge of the zone. Right in front of them is going to be TFT making that rotation, but will that result in any damage whatsoever at all? For it does not seem to be the case. It is still a stalemate situation. I8 on the other front do find North Esports around in their vicinity. They have lost, or rather not lost, but given away the compounds of Los Leones as they move towards the hills and the mountains, and that is where the advantage is going to be drawn on towards the favor of I8, and that is what in turn has resulted in North Esports finding themselves in the crosshairs of I8 and one finish point converted for I8 for now. But of course, it is still too early to predict as to if this position is going to be advantageous enough for I8 or not, because they are spread out a little too thin, and if at all they're not careful, they definitely can be hunkered on upon as well. As we can see, IQ is so far out by his lonesome. Uzum, of course, is right here with his teammate, and then their fourth teammate is again far out alone, lonesome as well. So, and that's going to be Blade. So, tough positioning from I8, but at the same time, we know that they have the skill to be able to convert it. Along with that, the second airdrop dropped on with Groza along with level 3 kit, waiting for somebody to pick it up.
Well, Groza, a deadly weapon when it comes to close range combat. So any team who is going for it, I think they'll be rewarded if they are going for a duel or a one close combat with any of the team. But talking about the circle, it is still favoring heavily to the players of Team I8 Esports. Yes, there is a split, but they also have an intel. Blade knows where exactly the players of TmW are, so he'll be very cautious. IQ on the other side, he eliminated one of the guy from North Esports, so they have an idea there is a team present. But they need to be careful of the teams that are coming from the northern side, especially the players of Triple Esports, Hunter specifically, because Hunter's position has not been given away. Right now, he's on the lower edge, lower ground. The minute he finds a height advantage, he can definitely try and take down at least one of the player of Team I8 Esports. That is something I8 needs to be a little cautious of.
Absolutely, they definitely do, because that fanned out approach that is showcased from their side, yes, it does give them the advantage of knowing where the opponent is, but at the same time, if their shots do not connect and if they are the ones to fire first, well, they're giving away their position, and that in turn could very well be bringing in a lot of lead towards them, specifically for Blade, who's all by his lonesome, and same is the case for IQ. But right now, screens is going to be the players of course, R3D against, well, for now, R3D is going to be held down steady in that compound, and it's going to be I8's Blade taking on Spray against TmW, making that rotation, and it's going to be M7, who we saw on day number 1, being the limelight on the map of Erangel, helping out his teammate and bringing in the first blood situation. But this time around, he's the one who's being sprayed on upon. Thankfully, he will be able to get away with just a 50% health. So Blade did connect, but sadly was not able to bring in the knock on the other front. Right in front of him now is going to be the Grounders, but will he be able to spot them in time?
Well, if they will be able to get the big win, which I'm anticipating from them, let's see. But talking about Team Grounders also in the spring season, they were kind of dominating in the map of Miramar specifically. They were getting chicken dinner every single time, but this time Team Grounders are also struggling. So let's see if they can replicate the same momentum. But just as I spoke, Uzum spotted out one of the player of Grounders, and he's taken a lot of damage out there, and he's also going to lose onto his buggy, as Uzum is already trying to destroy the vehicle, trying to stop the player from making any kind of rotation.
Well, they've made a lot of noise. Uzum has made a lot of noise. Now he's going to be falling back to find his teammates, and that I believe is a good decision. Or is he going to be pushing on to take that shot? Yep, never mind the teammates. He's going to be pushing on to take on that shot against the Grounder. He knows where the players is. He does not want to let him go. And of course, the TG, they are in a tough spot. On the other front, Zarbaf finds a player of course, QWERTY, and that's going to be Khan going down. A very tough position that, of course, this team of QWERTY is in as they make that rotation. On the other front, it is going to be 420 who's going to be around to give that cover fire. They do find themselves in the blues. So does Zarbaf, but Zarbaf is holding on in the back to take on a perfect position and then spray on upon QWERTY. But will that be enough? Because all the other front, when you talk about, of course, FS, Malik and Black have already been lost to the cause. Zarbaf, being his first aid set up, is going to just run on along to get into the zone. The zone is just 100 meters away for Team QWERTY, for Team T20 QWERTY as well, but will they be allowed? Because now Freestyle, Zarbaf and the other teammate Mom2 are going to be waiting. 420 boy he does not have any other opening. He's going to have to try his level best, but it seems like 420 boys teammates are going to be up to the rescue. Voltruck's pushing on steady with Mom2's health going all the way down to almost 10% HP. QWERTY, they are in a very tricky position because the numbers advantage have gone against them. Same is the case for FS as well. Now, Voltrux is the one-man army who's going to have to hold on steady against Mom2 as well as Zarbaf. But will it be allowed? Will he be allowed to do so? Mom2 is going to be up in the front. He's going to be jumping into his buggy to try and scout or maybe get him completely squished on upon. But let's see if that'll be the case or not. For now, of course, Voltrux, he needs to fall back because, of course, the zone is going to be catching up to him and his teammates are already lost to the cause and his opponents know exactly where he is. So, QWERTY, this game has gone against them. With just a one-man army, Voltrux, all he can do is probably buy himself a few more minutes in this game.
Voltrux is risking his life. He's few thousand meters away from the safe circle. It's the 5th circle. He can't afford to take a damage. And the vehicle is also about to blow up. How he's going to make inside the safety of the circle? That's a big question. But somewhere else, Healthy from Metershot Sky finds knock onto the plus of H2E, and H2E, 2 of the plus has been taken down, and Khatir is looking for a confirmation, but all these teams, they have to move inside the circle as well. The blue is already closing in. They are running out of the time, and I think Metershot Sky, Khatir do realize the gravity of the situation. That's why instead of going for the confirmation, he's prioritizing the circle. That's a good and mature decision coming in from his side, but not Esports are stealing all the thunder. They're confirming the knocks and going for the defeat points. With that, H2E has been eliminated at 14th position.
Ooh, what a battle this is turning out to be on the map of Miramar. Almost 18-minute marker, 13 teams still do survive. FS2 players are
And with that, R3D Esports, Anubis is finally finding few of the confirmation onto the players of MS Sky over there. And with that, FS has been eliminated at 12th position. Quraysh Esports, Satarchi also finds few confirmation out there, and they are getting few of the points. They are ranking few points. They are need very badly right now. But R3D Esports out there in the open is not checking all the corners, but Healthy here, how is going to move inside the circle, because right in front of him are the players of Quraysh Esports. And with the last first aid, he has been eliminated at 11th position with only 4 points to their name. Grounders still surviving with all the 4 players out there. R3D, they have a good compound for themselves. They also need to prioritize the circle. On the other side, Khani also falls down to his own knock, and Hayan is going to find a knock onto the player Black from the side of Grounders out there. But Joker, sir, he's cooking up a grenade on the side of Cairo over there, who is surviving on a 30 HP. Even a little bit of damage is going to knock Cairo down, and exactly that is what happens. Joker is going to go for the follow-up Molotov over there, but his own teammate TUF Virus finds a knock onto Rafe. This is the time when TUF needs to make the rush onto the players of TFD. Faulty Devil surviving the last player. What he's going to do in the situation, and the answer is nothing, as all the 3 players rush towards him. And with that, TFD Faulty Devil has been eliminated at 10th position. I8 still having the height advantage, still playing around the periphery of the circle, and are knocking down the players of Team Quantum Rage from that height advantage, and finding confirmation as well. Sirius also goes down, and Spark has been eliminated from the lobby. But I8 needs to pick up Ghost really fast, and he has been revived, he has been rescued. Now all the 4 players are still there. Team I8 having the numbers advantage, having the best position, I won't say best position, potential position to eliminate so many threats out there, especially in the name of Quantum Rage over there. Goku is the last man standing, as Jaguar has been taken down by TUF from the side of Quraysh Esports. Rafe saves the day for his team as if it's the final nail in the player of Team Grounders. Team Grounders has been eliminated, but the team that is falling apart right now are the players of Team Triple Esports. Rex has been down. Thug, he needs to heal up really fast. Psycho is also on a very 2 HP, and Hunter finally takes down Ozm from the side of I8 with that AKM. Now is the time he needs to go for the rescue mission. Prioritize the circle as well because he's running out of the time. He needs to fight with I8. He needs to fight with the time as well. And Blade again takes down Psycho over there. That means Hunter is the lone survivor from the side of Triple Esports, and his position has already been given away to IQ over there, who is already inside the circle, and I8 is trying their best to gatekeep the players of Team Triple Esports. Also, R3D Esports, they are also struggling because Hunter, even if he moves inside the circle, the R3D or I8 is going to spot him down, as it was IQ, and with that, Triple Esports has been eliminated at 7th position. Now, talking about Kurma, with that Mini 14, he finds a knock onto the player of Team Northern Esports. Let's see if they can revive their teammate from this position. I8, they are raining death and destruction out there in so many teams. Right now, the team that is right in their crosshairs are the players of Team R3 Esports. Well, they have few vehicles to get cover for themselves, but how long they can survive, because they have to go inside the circle as well, where the players of Quraysh Esports are also waiting for them. From the southern side, now the Esports are trying to make the rotation. Anubis finds a knock onto Rafe over there, but the team that is sitting very silently in all this commotion are the players of TmW, who have the control of the circle, who have a good compound to their name. Blade, with that vehicle, is trying to capture a good compound for his team and transition inside the circle, but Quraysh Esports, they are still holding on to their position, and R3D is also going to show up on their doorstep. R3D, better be careful of the position of Roshan, because Roshan is cooking a grenade, and if he lobs it to perfection, he's going to be rewarded by the knock, and with that, Anubis definitely goes down. Now Walker is the last man standing, and a grenade again right on his face. Roshan now going for the confirmation onto the players of Team R3D. R3D, they are losing out this battle as North Esports has eliminated 2 of the players. They're surviving as a last man. But with that, Uzm finds a confirmation onto the last player of R3D as well. With that, R3D bids bye-bye at 6th position. Now, I8 Esports. 7 defeat points. They're already inside the circle. They have a good concrete compound for themselves. They have a good position, I'll say. But TmW is a team whose position has not been given away. They have been so silent throughout all this commotion, ranking of the placement points. They are the opportunities. The moment when it comes that they can go for the chicken dinner, they are going to take the fights. They are going to eliminate the final few players. But it can also be that ugly thorn for the players of Team I8 Esports, especially Blade and Uzm, because they are pretty much pinned down beside that little hard cover. And the minute they are going to regroup with Ghost, I think Kurma can spot them down and take them down. But right now, Virus is a guy with a grenade, finds a knock onto Avenger OP of North Esports. But lucky to him, his teammates are nearby for his rescue. So that means easy revival might be coming in. But Moose also finds a knock onto the players of TmW. 666 is trying to find few knocks, but Roshan is the guy who finds a knock onto the player of Team F with that perfect, precise grenade. But right now, North Esports, they are struggling one after another. Every players are getting down. They are now getting knocked down. But Virus from the little window with that M16 is trying to take down 666. But 666 is smart enough not to overpeak TmW. They are not overexposing themselves. That means they are not going to run out of the medkits. They are not going to run out of the resources where all the other teams are out there burning their resources. TmW is the one who is making the mature decision of staying silent, only firing when required. But Blade, this grenade can be deadly for the players of North Esports, but Blade has no idea where Hasni is from the side of Quraysh Esports, because he's hiding in a little building out there, not moving a missile, not giving any sound cue, not giving any kind of noise to the players of I8. But Uzm with that beautiful grenades finds multiple knocks into the players of North Esports, gets a confirmation as well. With that, in a matter of few seconds, North Esports has been eliminated, and I8 is completely annihilating the players out there. 10 defeat points for the players of I8 Esports, still looking very strong. But Kurma, His attention is towards the players of Team UF who are a little spread out. That means if a knock comes in, revival might be a little difficult. TmW is not ready to leave that compound, not ready to give up the hard cover they have for themselves to any of those teams. They are not overexposing themselves. They're just still waiting for the next circle. The Thor is a guy who's not so patient, is going to rush towards the players of TmW and gets taken down. Joker sir is providing the cover right now, takes down one of the player. Can he take down the second one also? And the answer is going to be no, because Reaper comes from the backlines, eliminate the players, and with that, team has been eliminated. With that, A+B+C+D, TmW are the only two teams surviving. The numbers advantage is with the players of TmW, but A+B+C+D, they have been running high on confidence with those defeat points they have been grabbing from so long, the way they have been dominating. But Uz's position has been given away. Kurma tried to deploy a grenade in his direction, but Uz survived that. Follow-up Molotov was kind of anticipated, change his position. So that means A+B+C still surviving with all the three players. But Kurma, his position is very crucial in this situation. He can easily take down one of the player as long as he doesn't overexpose himself. But let's see what's going to happen. Uz still hiding beside that broken wall area. Reaper might cook a good grenade in the side of Team A+B+C, because they have to cross that wall area, broken wall area, and that is exactly where carpet bombing might come in from the side of TmW. Kurma was indecisive of throwing that Molotov, because this is, he's only having two Molotovs, and that are very crucial. He's a very lucky man. He survived that Molotov again without taking any kind of damage. But right now, the grenade in his hand, can he find a knock onto the player of TmW? The answer is no. He won't be able to find, because he don't know exactly where the players are. But Kurma, he's not ready to change his position, and that can be the game changer for the players of TmW. They can work things around in their favor as long as Kurma is providing them all the intel that is required in the situation. But on the other side, A+B+C, well, they have no intel at all onto the players of TmW. They just have a vague idea where the players can be. And Hayan, beautiful grenade came from his side, gave a lot of damage out there to Blade. Blade needs to patch himself up. If a follow-up grenade also give him a damage, he can be taken down. But somehow he survived that also. And the blue zone is certainly gonna close in. This is the moment when the fight is gonna break out, and Molotovs, throwables, are being deployed from both sides. But none of the team is able to find that perfect projectile that is required in this situation. They are not they are not getting any kind of opening right now. But talking about Hayan, still holding on to that window angle. Kurma still holding on to that rooftop angle. And A+B+C from the tight corners, can they find a knock onto the players of TmW? Can they get that victory, the winner with chicken dinner? They have been looking out, because day number 3, they were not able to get it at all. Or is it going to be TmW that is going to get it for themselves and rank themselves up higher in the overall standings? Right now, it's a stalemate situation, both these teams. But who comes out in the open, takes a lot of damage. And before that, he also manages to knock down with his own grenade. With that, Team A+B+C Blade is going to be last man standing. This is the moment TmW was waiting for. This is the opportunity they were waiting for. 2 of the players have been eliminated. Now it's a 1v3 situation between A+B+C Blade and TmW. Can he clutch it out with that info and UMP 45? And the answer is no, as 2 players rush towards him. And with that, winner chicken dinner comes for the players of Team TmwEsports, and beautiful double-digit elimination points, specifically 10 defeat points for themselves. And now they are going to find themselves in top 9th position in the overall rank. Well, this is the game they were looking out for. The patience they had when they were holding on to the compound area finally paid off really well in their favor by getting that beautiful chicken dinner. And A+B+C Esports, well, they again missed it, but they have good elimination points in their favor. And with that, we'll be pushing to a short little break. You guys stay tuned. We'll be right back. everyone. And in the last match of Miramar, TmW is finally getting it for themselves with good elimination points for themselves. My co-caster Lakshya seems to have a little bit trouble with his internet connection. So we'll be moving forward. Yes, I8 Esports, they again missed it by an inch. They were trying so hard. I won't say hard. They were dominating the lobby. The minute they came out of lobby, honest, they didn't stop for anyone. They were holding on to that height advantage. But let's see the MVP. Is it going to be I8? Yes, it's going to be awesome from the side of I8 Esports with that 5 elimination, and damage that he has been dishing out is 1200 plus 1204 damage. That means the overall damage that team I8 was dishing out was more than 2000, and this individual Uzmu, he was doing it so perfectly, getting all the finish points, elimination points for himself and his team. Well, talking about the top players following Uzmu, let's have a look at the top 5 players as well. Well, he's followed by his own teammate, that is going to be Blade. Well, Blade is always in the top 5 players. I have to say 3 eliminations this time, and he's also very close to 1000 damage. Then followed by Hayan from the side of TMW with 4 eliminations. Then we have Joker from the side of TUF with 4 eliminations as well. And then we have Reaper from the side of TMW as well. Now let's have a look at the match ranking, that which team is placed exactly where in this particular last game of today. TMW with that beautiful chicken dinner are at the top of the standing with 25 points, followed by I8 Esports 12 placement points for them and total of 11 elimination points. That makes it total 23 points. TUF on the 3rd spot with 17 points. Quraysh Esports on the 4th spot. North Esports also trying to do a comeback, followed by R3D and Quantum Rage as well. With the bottom teams this day, they are trying to make a comeback and they're definitely doing so. But the team that failed to make any kind of impact are the players of Reggie's side, facing an early elimination. The players of Team Star also, Team Star getting eliminated at 15th position with 0 points. Grounders, TFD, QWERTY and H2E getting only single points for themselves. But FS also, after that win chicken dinner, expected them to perform really better, but this time they are sitting at the 10th position with only 3 points for themselves. In fact, same goes for the players of Triple Esports also. They have also started losing their momentum because they are also on the 9th spot, a total of 4 points. Metershot Sky, well, they were picking up kind of good fight, but the minute the third party started happening, they kind of lost the momentum and they started to crumble down under pressure situation. This time on the 8th position with total of 4 points, we have Quantum Rage on 7th with 6 points. Then we have R3D also on 6th position with total of 8 points. Well, R3D and North Esports, they have the potential. In fact, if I'm not wrong, North Esports, they got a winner chicken dinner for themselves on the very first day. They're still looking for the redemption that is required from their side. But talking about Metershot Sky, well, this is a moment during the rotations, always they are getting caught off guard. FS always finds themselves in a bad spot. This time also Malik was able to find an opening, but after that they start crumbling down. But Quraysh Esports, I have to say, the improvement that have come in their gameplay as compared to day number 1, this is quite impressive. Day 3 is working in their favor. Although they're not on the top of the leaderboard, still in every single game of day number 3, they are having an impact. They are in top 5. And this one also, they held on to the compound for a very long time. Last Miramar also, they were in the 2nd position, if I'm not wrong, or 3rd position. But this time, it's TMW with the patience. I have to say, patience is a key. This was their motto. They had the patience. They were just like, we are going to pick up fight with the last remaining team, no matter which team it is. We are not leaving our compound until the zone is going to force us out, and that is exactly what happened. But from the position of Khatir, I have to say, the way he was holding on to the rooftop angle, that was kind of a game changer for the entire team. But now is the time for the damage graph. So let's have a look at the damage graph, that which team was dishing out the highest damage. And I kind of expected I8 is going to be there, and 2600 plus damage they have been dishing out, and they have been converting them into the elimination points as well. 11 finishes, 11 eliminations for themselves. TMW also close to 2000. TUF also very close to 2000 damage. In fact, so many teams are close to 1000 damage and 900 damage. specifically North Esports, also R3D Esports, Quantum Rage, and Meteorshot Sky. But these teams have not been able to convert that damage into knocks and finishes, eliminations as well. So defeat points are something that is going to reward you in the standings. But the team that were able to convert it out were TMW, I8, TUF. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a time for the overall rankings, and let's see which team is in the top. And definitely it is going to be I8 Esports with more than 200 points, 222 points to I8 Esports, followed by Magnus Esports, not changing their position at all in the overall ranking. They are going to be pretty happy, 139 points to them. TUF have taken a jump. They are on the third position now with 130 points. QWERTY also, they have taken a slight downfall just by 1 point. They are sitting on the fourth position with 118 points. But let's have a look at the teams which are on the bottom of the leaderboard. And it's again H2E, 52 Esports, Metershot Sky, R3D, Triple Esports. Well, these are the names I'm surprised to see. Maybe on day number 4 they will start doing a comeback, because I did saw Metershot Sky picking up few good fights. Other than they were always caught off guard in the rotations or in the bad fights. Quraysh Esports 13th, they are sitting on the 13th position. They have taken a slight jump, but Faulty Devils, they have taken a downfall. They are on the 14th position right now. Now let's have a look at the daily winners. This time in the very first map, it was Team QWERTY Esports who got a chicken dinner for themselves, followed by Freestyle in the map of Erangel. Then again QWERTY Esports got another chicken for themselves in the map of Erangel. That was match number 13, and close to 12 eliminations they were having. Highest knockouts also 10 knockouts, and the heal they were taking in, that is also highest in terms of the heal numbers, close to 1700. But in Miramar, it was Quantum Rage who got it home for themselves with close to 2200 damage, close to 2300 damage. That's the highest damage of the day, and 14 eliminations, that's the highest number in terms of elimination points. Also Quantum Rage, well, they were breaking some records out there today. But in the final map of Miramar, it was TmwEsports who got the chicken dinner, got the victory, 10 elimination points, and close to 2000 damage they have been dishing out. And Quantum Rage, well, good performance coming from their side as well. But let's have a look at the stats of QWERTY Esports team card. Gravity having 11 eliminations, and Wartrock, the guy who is always providing an opening to his team, to his teammates, with 6 eliminations. 420 boy, always shining from the back lines, 7 eliminations to his name as well. And Khan, although no elimination, but he is providing the support that is required for his teammates, and that is why this team was able to get not back to back, 2 chicken dinners in day number 3. That is going to help them in the overall ranking, overall leaderboard, definitely. So Team QWERTY is definitely looking very good. Day number 3, I can safely say it was a day of comebacks for the team who were on the bottom or the middle position of the leaderboard, and the teams definitely did a comeback. Freestyle did a comeback. Team Star also had a good performance in one of the games, and QWERTY Esports back-to-back two chicken dinners, not back-to-back, 2 chicken dinners for themselves. I think day number 3, few teams are going to definitely finding themselves in the very good spot in the overall standings. So I think it was a pretty good day for so many teams. Yes, I8 was not able to get a winner chicken dinner for themselves, but the consistency was there. And from the side of Magnus as well, Magnus was also not able to grab that 15 placement points, but the consistency was there. That's why these teams are still in the top 2 spot. Another team that is going for the consistent gameplay is TUF. They are always in the top 5 from day number 1 to day number 3. They're always in the top 5 spot. So consistency is definitely coming from these 3 teams, and that is why they are being rewarded by good position in the leaderboard. They have a good foothold on the leaderboard. That is definitely helping them out. And maybe we'll see them in the bonus match as well, because bonus points are something that are going to help you when you are moving forward in the next round, next week, because these points are going to back at 0, but the bonus points are going to stay with you. So the teams who are somewhere close to 8th to, I'll say, 15th position, well, they need to better start performing from day number 5 if they want to be in top 12. But with that, I'll take your leave. We'll take your leave. You guys stay tuned, not stay tuned, you guys keep supporting your favorite teams, and we'll see you tomorrow with the same teams and same gameplay, but new teams getting a chin dinner and new shuffle in the leaderboard. So thank you for tuning. Have a good day. Good night. Bye bye.